does that sort of look like over time, as I think the rest of us are all trying to figure it out?
Yeah, you watch your show every morning, and two key themes keep coming about: the rise of AI and the creator-influencer economy. And we're sitting at the intersection of both of those. And so we're going to continue to be on the forefront of the evolution of the entertainment industry. But we're so fortunate to have great partners like Google and Amazon that are incredible technology platforms that reach billions of people around the world. We're going to continue to create content on YouTube, on Amazon, on other platforms that is short form, long form, unscripted, and scripted. We just want to reach as many people around the world as possible.
So, but it's about everybody. You're not going to be picking one or the other. You think you can't be exclusive in this new realm?
I think it doesn't make sense from a business standpoint because each one of those platforms have a different strength and a different audience base. So we're going to create content for those audiences and be able to continue to be ubiquitous.
Look, you guys are so well known and so many people want to invest in you. Do you need the money? It feels to me like you guys bring in so much. Would you ever go public? Would you ever take on additional investors?
Yeah, we never say never.
Yeah.
Part of the benefit of being public, it gives us a bigger platform to talk to our fans and the retail investors and to be able to give them an opportunity to enjoy this incredible ride from a financial standpoint. Jimmy's about democratization, right? About reaching the common person around the world. 70% of our viewers are outside of North America. And so if we can help our fans be part of that journey in a way that also helps them financially, that's kind of an interesting angle.
Intriguing.
Yeah.
That's intriguing. I had not thought about it from that perspective.
How much do you think that the whole franchise and his brand, it goes to what you've done and winning as well, has this sort of philanthropic piece to it? Because he's supported so many other philanthropic efforts as part of everything that he seems to do. And how much of that is sort of embedded in the company? What does that actually look like for the investors to the degree that you end up doing things that might not always be economic?
Yeah. Philanthropy is the heart and soul of everything we do. We're trying to take views and make kindness go viral. We want to be able to help people give back because, as you know, gratitude and giving is the essence of life happiness. And so it could be something small like picking up trash in your neighborhood to solving a rare disease. So we want to use this platform to amplify in a fractured world is that it's about kindness and connectivity and community. And we think it's actually great for the shareholders because it resonates with our targeted demographic of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and it differentiates us from all the rest of the entertainment players.
And I'd say the one thing I would add is the biggest takeaway for me, obviously I won 10 million, I got a little bit of fame, but I meet strangers. These are children who come up to me. Their first question isn't, how's Mr. Beast, how much money? It's, how's your son? Have you found a treatment? And that's the most moving thing and most inspirational thing for me is Beast Games showed me a different side of humanity, gave me a ton of hope for humanity, and I'm super excited to see what you guys do in the future.
Can I ask you one final question? And this goes to social media. So we all talk about doom scrolling, and you sit there and you watch all the stuff that is, by the way, is not always about kindness. In fact, the stuff that seems to often go viral, maybe not as viral as Mr. Beast, maybe this speaks to all of this, isn't always about the stuff that you want kids to learn about. And the question is, do you think that there's a moment or a way that we're going to somehow change all of the way this works longer term? We've been in, like, is this a transition period? I'm hoping it transitions to something that looks a little bit more like what you guys are doing rather than where we are.
It's partly why I joined Jimmy on this journey is his content brings people together. Part of our success for Amazon Prime Video was we're called a 4-quadrant show. We bring people together over 25, under 25, men and women. We don't do politics. We don't do American-centric humor. We're universal in our appeal. And we live in this more connected society than ever before. People are lonelier. They have higher degrees of anxiety and depression and loneliness. And we think our content, our platform, and Jimmy's voice could bring people together.
Okay. Jeff and Jeffrey, thank you very, very much for coming in.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Congratulations.
Great. Thanks so much.
And, it's an important cause. We'll keep our eyes on all of it. Thank you.
All right, when we come back, a big afternoon for earnings on the way. We're going to find out what the street will be looking for from Alphabet when it reports to its AI strategy. Also, IBM is reporting after the bell, and that stock is up by more than 15% over the last 3 months, 15.6%. Squawk Box will be right back.
Time now for today's Aflac trivia question. Which is the only U.S. state that does not require car insurance? The answer when Squawk Box returns.
Brian, it's me. I mean you. Wake up. Come on, man. You got to tell employers to take another look at all the benefits they're offering. Everybody wants to build the best team, and offering Aflac can help attract and retain that top talent. You know we like that top talent. And listen, I mean, you got to listen. Aflac gives employees cash to help with unexpected medical bills. It's prime time to add Aflac.
Request a call today at aflac.com/prime.
Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper?
Oh, we actually sold the Twins naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Very lucrative.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content.
So I can let the world know if your goggles ain't Goggins, they don't belong on your noggins.
You stand at the forefront of building materials.
Today, Amrize becomes the partner of choice for the professional builder of North America with our advanced branded solutions from foundation to rooftop.
Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, Real World Insights, on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
Order filled. Order
right
submitted.
Now at Hiley Hyundai of Burleson. Come lease a 2025 Hyundai Elantra for $187 per month for 24 months. Or check
Order
out the
submitted.
2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Lease for
Order
$201 per
filled.
month for 24 months.
Order submitted.
Or lease a 2025 Hyundai Tucson Hybrid for $336 per month for 36 months. And experience America's best warranty with Hyundai Owner Assurance. Visit Hiley Hyundai of Burleson today.
Sí, me habré retirado, pero sigo haciendo golazos, ¿eh? Como el que clavé con Verizon. Tengo el precio congelado por 3 años. Frozen, para los que hablan inglés. ¿Como yo?
Once in a lifetime is never enough.
Never enough. For all the joy, the love,
The warmth, the brilliance. Diamonds, diamonds, diamonds. For all who love. Pandora, lab-grown diamonds.
And now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. Which is the only U.S. state that does not require car insurance? The answer? New Hampshire.
Check out shares of Hasbro this morning. Earnings coming in at $1.30 a share. That's much better than the 78-cent estimate, and that's on revenue of $980.8 million. That topped expectations of $880 million. Now, gross margins were 77% during the quarter, also ahead of estimates. Hasbro also raising its earnings guidance for the full year. 77% that's a big number.
It is. It is. We're also watching shares of AT&T this morning. That company reporting earnings and revenue that beat expectations. Also, postpaid phone net adds beat expectations by a wide margin. The guidance was in line with estimates. The company says that it's reinvesting gains from tax benefits from the One Big Beautiful Bill, both in its networks and to fund its employee pension plan. That stock right now, though, down by about 3.6%.
Okay, coming up, animal spirits in the world of mergers and acquisitions. JP Morgan's got a new report out on just how hungry companies are to play Let's Make a Deal. We're going to play Let's Make a Deal right after the break. And then online betting platform Polymarket returning to the U.S., and we've got a big exclusive interview this morning with Polymarket's founder and CEO. That's coming up at 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time. You don't want to miss it. Come on back.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part.
You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
University of Maryland Global Campus believes in students and what they can offer the world. You get credit for experience. I didn't have to start at the bottom. I had life experience and I had actual job experience that translated to coursework and helped cut down the cost of school. The UMGC honored the level of effort that I put into myself and helped me become a highly attractive candidate in the job market. Being able to buy a home is part of the American dream, and I couldn't be prouder.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro. I chose the time, and it did all of the work of finding and scheduling the candidates for me. I just picked my top choices and talked to great people the very next day. The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring 4 in a week.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Never thought this would happen. We got you.
Order
When
submitted.
disaster threatens to put production weeks behind, call the team prepared to be there in minutes. The scale and expertise to get you back up to speed is ready to go with ServPro. ServPro, like it never even happened.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive
Order
and relatively
submitted.
painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy
Order
directly to
filled.
the tumor
Order
site,
filled.
Order
offering
submitted.
a mostly
Rejected.
painless alternative to invasive surgeries.
Order canceled.
With the skin cancer treatment market expected
Order
to exceed
submitted.
$20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options. Now advancing Phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
Breaking earnings news. Tesla, Alphabet, IBM, Intel. Market reaction. Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. Global M&A activity surging in the first half of the year, according to a new report from JP Morgan. Total deal volume topping $2 trillion, an increase of 27% from a year ago, thanks to a rise in mega deals. Joining us right now is Anu Iyengar, JP Morgan's global head of mergers and acquisitions. I got close.
That's pretty good.
Not perfect.
Pretty good.
Tell us what's happening. There had been a whole sort of sense that given the tariffs and everything else, negotiations going on, that people weren't going to do deals, that people weren't going to make investments, and yet it appears that there's some deals happening here, maybe more than we expected.
Yeah, and my hope today is we can reconcile the sentiments and the headlines to reality and data. Because the sentiment and a lot of the headlines has been the M&A market has been challenged. And yes, you've had a little bit of a roller coaster, but the second half of May and June and the pipeline that we see right now is really robust. And the mega deal trend is pretty unusual. 59% increase in 10 billion plus deal volume, 57% increase in the number of deals, 10 billion plus.
How much of that is a function of what may be a perception that the regulatory environment under this administration is going to be easier than the administration before?
There's a little bit of that in the conversations that are happening right now. But when you look at the type of deal activity, whether that's in the US or Asia, Asia has been a big bright spot. Take privates happening. Because at one level you look at it and say the S&P 500, all-time high. You showed a couple of the earnings this morning. Really good. But yet there are opportunities of companies which are mispriced. So at JP Morgan, we're very fortunate. We were in the middle of 3 of the largest take-private transaction, whether that was ADNOC Santos in Australia or Sycamore Walgreens and 3G Skechers in the US. So there are still opportunities on both sides, right? You feel really good about where your stock price is. You have access to plenty of financing, and you feel like now's the time to make a bold bet on regulatory.
One of the big issues that has challenged the M&A market was that a huge component part of the merger world was private equity. And there have not been a lot of exits. Private equity has been unwilling to sell, in part because I think there's a sense that the prices are not where they want them to be. That's also created a lockup in terms of just capital across the entire world. How do you see that playing out now?
You're right. Like some of the things I mentioned have been a little bit of an exception in terms of private equity is willing to deploy. But it's now been 2.5 years where we are all waiting for the kind of unlock of private equity assets. The way the unlock has been happening is in every flavor of minority deals. So whether you call them continuation funds, minority deals, partial exit, fund-to-fund transfer, every version of it, that has the same theme. You partially sell, partially continue to own. So I take a little bit of a mark, I satisfy my LPs, give some money, and leverage the phenomenal secondaries market.
So you actually like this secondary market. I mean, there's a whole view that this sort of churn is not actually good for the market, that it's a sort of an artificial way to deal with this sort of hot potato problem of just moving things from one place to the other.
Yeah, it could be. Depends on the asset and depends on why you're doing it, right? So there are some assets where there is a reason to continue to own it and you have conviction and belief in it. For those type of assets, this type of trade is not unusual. But if you're doing it because you don't have any other form of exit, and then it's just a matter of passing it on, the market is largely of the first type. But if there is too much of the second type that happens, then that would be a concern.
Anu, one of the things we've been talking about this morning is the need for more energy to power the data centers that are out there. And I know that both AI and the data centers, all that energy demand, that's playing into what you're doing too. What do you see on that front?
Yeah, that's been a big theme, right? Because it's gone from people saying, oh, I kind of need to understand it, and I need to at least say the word AI on my earnings call, to be like a real thing, right? If you look at the amount of money that has gone to startups this year, 2/3 of that has gone to AI.
Wow.
Almost every company has some form of CapEx investment going into AI. All of that requires, as you said, pretty big investment in data centers as well as energy transition. So both of those we expect to be drivers, and then you've seen this trend of people saying, what am I acquiring when I acquire AI? Am I acquiring AI capabilities, talent? What am I acquiring?
Okay, which raises a whole other question.
Yeah.
There is a phenomenon
Order
that we
filled.
talk about now almost on the program
Order
every
filled.
day.
Order filled.
Acquihires and what's described as reverse acquihires.
Yeah.
And what that means long-term to the M&A market.
Order submitted.
Which is one of the things that I've been thinking about is in a world powered by AI,
Order
if
submitted.
I can turn you into a superwoman and me into a superman,
Order canceled.
that maybe unless a
Order
company
submitted.
has genuine physical assets, but in the services space,
Order submitted.
I don't know if you're going to need in the future to buy entire companies. You may just decide I'm going to pick off the top 10 people. I'm going to pay them extraordinary amounts of money to leave. I don't have to pay a premium to the shareholders, and I don't have to deal with the regulators.
Yeah. Life doesn't work that easily usually, but there's need and search for talent is something that has been on the rise across everywhere, right? Whether that's the C-suite here in the US or you've seen in Europe, particularly in the UK market. Because especially when you have so much data, imagine the amount of information that all of us have to cull through. Like the minute you go off camera, you have to read a ton before you get back on camera, right? Figuring all that out and the judgment that you have to apply, I don't care what AI tools you have, there is still judgment that needs to go on top of it in the current foreseeable future. Who knows how it advances in... but this need of getting talent is also not a new thing. I mean, we're in the investment banking business. We are all about getting talent, right? And so we understand that. And I don't think it's also a way to circumvent, because that is the capability that you're buying. Oftentimes, when you're thinking about doing any merger deal, you think as much about, do I have the capability to run the business I'm buying? Do the people who run that business, will they stay with me? And will they perform at the highest caliber that they're currently doing under my organizational culture? So figuring out talent and navigating it has always been an integral part of M&A.
Fascinating. Thank you, Anu. It's great to see you this morning.
Great to see you as well.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
When we come back, while global M&A is surging, family office investments have cooled off. Robert Frank is going to tell us why. That's next, right here on Squawk Box.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
To generate AI, you need as much power of the needs of India and as much water to cool the data centers as the drinking needs of the United States in the next 5 years. If we don't find ways to produce more with much less water, there will be no AI. Good news, what we do at Ecolab is to help data centers being cooled without water. We call it direct-to-chip technology. Conversely, to produce microelectronics, turning to Ecolab help those fabs reuse and recycle water at every step of the process. So you can produce way more chips while using much less water. We are the World Water Company. We've been spending 100 years helping customers. Today with AI, that's going to be game-changing. So all we've developed, all we've produced, we can use to help them power our AI dreams in the years to come.
It's terrible. Politics seeps into everything.
What do you mean? Talk about climate change or the economy or, of course, elections.
You can't find out what we should really expect to happen.
But of course you can.
Go to IBKR's Forecast Trader.
Put your money where your mouth is.
I make some good summer barbecue, but I can't match these two hearty barbecue triple stacks from Firehouse Subs. Brisket smoked low and slow, stacked high with turkey and ham, and that slaw crunch, get out of here. Take this
with chocolatey, gooey lava that erupts in a world of flavor. And it has 17 grams of protein. What the puff? Hit me. Oh!
Fluffy, chocolatey, and packed with protein. What the puff? Built Puff.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Investments from family offices actually slowed down in the first half of the year. Robert Frank is here to tell us why some of the wealthiest investors in the country have been pressing pause. Hi, Robert.
Good morning, Becky. Great to see you. Well, family offices pulled back their deal making in the first half, waiting for a little more clarity on what the tariff situation is going to look like. The total number of direct investments by family offices and startups fell 32% through June. That's according to exclusive data from Fintrix. Now, their investments fell in just about every sector, including their normally favorite areas of tech, healthcare, and life sciences. Now, the one segment that did see an increase from family offices, you guessed it, was AI. Companies like Sandbox, Genesis AI, and Anduril all attracting a lot of family office capital in the first half. Now, among the most active family offices through June were Peter Thiel's. He made 9 family office startups investments, largely in aeronautics and AI companies. And you have Eric Schmidt's family office called Hillspire. They invested in relative space and a company called Imprint Labs Biotech. And Lucas Walton's family office, he's the youngest Walton heir. He invested in sustainable energy and agricultural companies, including carbon upcycling and a company called Firefly Green Fuels. They make sustainable aviation fuels. Now, for more on the biggest family office deals in the first half and where the wealthiest investors are putting their money, you can sign up for the Inside Wealth newsletter. New one out tomorrow morning at cnbc.com/insidewealth. That's cnbc.com/insidewealth.
So that drop
Order
32% was more than I had expected, just based on
Order
what I'd
submitted.
read in the intro leading up to some of this stuff. How quickly can that change? Because that was through June 30th. This month could make a lot of difference. We're hearing trade deals getting announced by the day. You think that's the type of thing?
It could, and the reason that companies like these startups love family office capital is, number one, it's very patient, number two, it's flexible, and number three, it's fast. So these folks, because it's usually one person making the decision, if they feel more comfortable in the environment, which I think they will in the second half, it also depends on which companies are out there fundraising. And with private capital and private credit providing so much in the marketplace, there may be a little less need by startups for this kind of fundraise. They may just get it straight from private credit. So if we get more offerings and these family offices are more comfortable, which I think they will be, we'll see more in the second half.
Okay. Robert, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Coming up, Alphabet on deck. We're going to talk about it. Our next guest is going to tell us why he's focused on any comments about its AI strategy. And we're getting a few more details about the trade deal with Japan. We're going to have a live report from Washington. Squawk Box returning after this.
Crypto staking just hit Wall Street. For the first time ever, staking rewards are available
Order
through a
submitted.
US-listed ETF. Introducing SSK, the Rex Osprey Sol plus staking ETF. Solana exposure with staking rewards built in. Convenient, cost-effective, secure. Solana, staked on your behalf. All through a simple ETF. SSK from Rex Osprey. Not suitable for all investors. Investors should carefully review the fund's prospectus for objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Visit rexshares.com to obtain it and read carefully before investing. Distributed by Foresight Fund Services.
As a contractor, I find sometimes the most impactful thing you can say is what you do on your own home. A couple of years ago, we put a pool in our backyard, my wife and I. There was only one choice for the decking around the new pool. We used TimberTech because of the low maintenance on the product. You can install it and just enjoy it for its lifetime.
ePay, Redwood. I mean, after 1 year, you're sanding and refinishing if you want to keep that sharp look. If you don't want to sand and oil every year, you want low maintenance, go with TimberTech.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
I never thought this would happen.
When disaster takes control of your life, we got you. Get it back with a single call to the team that shows up fast to make things
Order
right.
filled.
Order filled. ServPro.
Order
like
submitted.
It never even happened.
University of Maryland Global Campus isn't just an innovative state school. It's a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. That's why at UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and job experience. Why we offer scholarships and affordable tuition, and why we have online classes and the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond.
No application fee if you apply by September 3rd at umgc.edu.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
We're going to be getting two of the Mag 7 finally reporting after the bell today. Alphabet and Tesla, two of the mega cap stocks that are reporting after the bell tonight. Right now, though, we're going to focus in on Alphabet. Joining us right now with what to expect is Paul Meeks. He's Harvest Portfolio Management's CIO. And Paul, you think the street expectations are pretty decent in terms of what you'd be expecting from Alphabet, too.
That's right. You know, the key with Alphabet, until further notice, is their digital ad business. And despite all the geopolitical madness we've seen from the economic stats, that the macroeconomic environment is still supportive. So I don't see any problems there. They're expected to grow their EPS 15%, their revenues 11%. But here's the rub, and here's what I'm really worried about that hasn't really been discussed much. If you take a look at the consensus estimate for the quarter that we're in, the quarter that they will be guiding to tonight, it is for year-to-year EPS growth of only 7%, and that is a real pedestrian number, and it signifies a pretty dramatic slowdown in EPS growth. And so I think they'll be solid tonight. I am a little bit worried about that guidance, to tell you the truth.
Meaning if they don't raise guidance, that would be a reason to sell off?
Well, the stock is already showing that there are some at least structural problems with the business. And so if you think about it, you go from this quarter at 15% year-to-year growth to a 7% figure, and that's probably EPS growth that's even less than the average company in the S&P 500. That bodes ill because it looks like 2025 could end with a whimper rather than a bang. But we'll see. The key thing with this company is not what they report tonight. It's their guidance, as I mentioned. And also, they have to be bold. They have to really create and promote a AI winning narrative. And so far, let's face it, they haven't. And is that a operational problem, an R&D problem, or is it just a public relations problem?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, the narrative that's out there is that Google search is losing out to all of these AI large language models, whether that be Perplexity, whether that be ChatGPT, Grok, pick your poison on it. Do you think that's the case?
I do think that's the case. Not a short-term issue necessarily, but clearly a long-term structural issue, and particularly Perplexity AI, these AI native searches is where we're all going. It's not necessarily on the come. That's happening now. So they are definitely losing share. How do they counterpunch is key. I also am very interested tonight, particularly since Tesla has the robo-taxi trial in Austin, Texas. Give me an update on Waymo. Also, give me an update on YouTube, because that's becoming increasingly important. And we'll see what happens. The other thing that's key is for all of us that are involved heavy in the AI infrastructure building trade, are they going to raise their CapEx guidance or even sustain their CapEx guidance? And their guidance for this year, and of course now we're in the third quarter of the year, was for $75 billion.
What do you want them to do as an investor, Paul? You think it's important to chase after this and make sure that they're winning in that space, or you want them to conserve capital?
No, I'd like them to be aggressive, even if it requires perhaps acquiring a Perplexity AI or one of these other large language model platforms. But we obviously are in the age of AI, followed by quantum computing. And in quantum computing, I expect Google to be a big player, but that's a couple years off. But yes, right now it looks like maybe it's just PR that they're losing pace in the AI race, and they got to catch up or get ahead.
Paul, I'm going back and forth. It sounds like you are a believer, but you're a show me the money guy?
Yeah, that's true. I'm always a bit of a cynic, and the company is well managed. And I do think that this might be more of a PR positioning problem than an operational issue. But let's hear what they have to say. There is no doubt that Perplexity AI and some of the others are taking share. So it's happened. How, as I said just now, do they counterpunch? Really important.
Very quickly, you own this stock, Paul?
Order filled.
Order filled. And of course, I've held it for years, so it has a crazy low cost basis. But I haven't added to this position, even on dips, for quite a while.
Okay.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Order
Thank
filled.
Order
It
submitted.
is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Andrew Ross Sorkin. Joe is off today. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent making some comments this morning about the trade deal with Japan. Eamon Javers joins us right now with more on that. Eamon, good morning again.
Yeah, good morning again to you, Becky. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was on Bloomberg TV in the past hour, making some headlines, as you say, including giving some new context on the trade deal with Japan that's been elevating markets this morning. The Treasury Secretary said the Japanese were able to get down to a 15% tariff level because of what he called the innovative financing mechanism that they proposed. He said the Japanese will create a Japan-U.S. partnership where the Japanese will provide equity credit guarantees and funding for major projects in the U.S. And he said that will be additional capital beyond the existing Japanese direct investment that's in the United States. And ahead of his meeting with the Chinese in Stockholm next week, the Treasury Secretary said, we're in a very good place in those negotiations. And he said items other than trade could be part of the talks, including Chinese purchases of sanctioned Iranian oil and other security issues. And he said there's not going to be an in-person meeting between Presidents Trump and Xi before Labor Day, but the deadline of August 12th for a trade deal could roll forward, as he put it, by about 90 days. Now, on the Fed, Bessent said he was somewhat surprised that Mohamed El-Arian called for Jay Powell to step down. Bessent said he wants the Fed to conduct an internal review of what he calls mission creep at the Fed. And he said that process is underway to replace Powell next year, although he declined to comment on names of potential Jay Powell successors. Back over to you guys.
Okay. Eamon, thank you very much. Eamon Javers.
Let's get over to Dom Chu. He's got a look at some of the global automakers and a bunch of other stocks this morning that are making some big moves. What's going on?
Absolutely, Andrew, Becky. So, again, those automakers, especially the Japanese ones, are in focus after the U.S. reached that trade deal with Japan. Japanese manufacturers like Toyota, like Honda Motor, like Mazda, like Mitsubishi, like Nissan, all closed up double digits roughly overall in Japanese trading, given those auto imports to the U.S. from Japan in those tariff rates being expected to lower to 15% from the current 25% that is levied across many of the other countries that we're in trade negotiations with. By the way, if you go across the other side of the world to Europe, those European auto stocks are also higher on hopes that the EU can reach a similar deal with Japan with the White House. So it's a template type situation. It's Stellantis, Volkswagen, BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, all gaining in European action. Meanwhile, on the earnings side of things, shares of AT&T are lower by just about 3.5% right now, despite better than expected earnings and revenues for its most recent quarter. The telecom giant also raised its outlook to reflect savings from Trump's sweeping tax and spending bill. Those shares are still up more than 15% so far this year to date. And then we'll cap things off with a quick check on the growing roster of those so-called meme stocks that are showing extreme bouts of volatility, due in part to prominent mentions on internet messaging boards. A lot of the attention has been centered on Opendoor as of late, which is down about 11% pre-market after a 10% loss yesterday, but the shares went up 900% between June 26th and the recent intraday highs that we saw on Monday. Mid-scale department store chain, Kohl's, also unusual upside volatility. 38% gain yesterday, down 2% pre-market. Donut chain Krispy Kreme, now part of that ecosystem as well. Action camera maker GoPro. Krispy Kreme is up another 32% this morning, 27% yesterday. GoPro is up 41% yesterday, and up another 41% or so this morning. So, Andrew, yes, Japanese automakers have some big moves, but the meme stocks are maybe stealing the show this morning. I'll send things back over to you guys.
Okay, Dom, thank you for that. We're going to keep our eyes on all of it. Fascinating that memes are back. I don't get it, but what do I know?
All right, when we come back, President Trump set to give a major AI action plan to keep America ahead in the AI race. The former White House Chief Information Officer and now the CEO of Fortalice Solutions, Teresa Payton, will join us next. And later, the founder and CEO of Polymarket on the growth of prediction markets and some of the hottest bets on their exchange. Squawk Box will be right back.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for Weekend Away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Every day, I'm checking the markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing Bell Overtime for Easter and streaming on C.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
Yep, that's us. Big play, big cheer, big soda explosion. We were locked in. Slam dunk. On the couch. Then we heard her. She was coming. Surprisingly, no yelling, no lecture. She just said, it's home zone. Chill. Home Zone Performance Fabric saved game day. Mess cleaned, game on. Only at Home Zone.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled.
President Trump set to lay out his vision for AI later today. His action plan is expected to focus on three major pillars. First, innovation. Second, infrastructure. And third, national security. And it will include a few executive orders. Joining us right now to talk about the president's strategy is Teresa Payton. She is Fortalice Solutions CEO and the former White House Chief Information Officer for President George W. Bush. Teresa, first of all, thanks for being here. What do you expect to hear today? How would you put it in terms of what this means for AI overall?
Yeah, what I expect to hear today is a conversation. It may include, we need to do this to be
filled.
to the finish line. It may also include some conversations around deregulation. I was just in a meeting last week where a great presentation happened. Goldman Sachs presented on the energy demands that we have to support AI, quantum computing, cryptocurrency. And it's the equivalent of building these new data centers that, if you put it in terms that we all kind of can think of, it would be the equivalent of launching 50 rockets at the same time to the moon, just to power one data center that we're going to need to support these ambitious plans. And then the last thing is I do hope and expect that we will talk about retraining, upskilling America's workforce for the new jobs that will be created. But hopefully we're going to be starting yesterday on that, because we already see where some jobs are getting replaced.
Yeah, I guess this sets the tone. Do you think action follows immediately from the private sector?
Hopefully it does. Obviously, having executive orders and big announcements out of the White House is great to set the tone, but this is going to be a huge public-private sector partnership on a complexity and scale that we have not seen before. And whenever you talk to me about technology and something we haven't done before, that's incredibly invigorating. But at the same time, I think in my mind, governance and guardrails. You need to make sure that somebody is managing this public-private sector partnership to make sure we don't have cost overruns for Stargate, that it really delivers on its promises, that it delivers on budget, on time, and that we get the capabilities out of it that we want. Same thing with, if we're going to do energy deregulation to pave the way for these data centers, making sure there's a balance between the impact on residential neighborhoods that might be near these data centers and powering really important software that's going to be powering America's and the world's businesses.
Okay, there's a very interesting dichotomy, though. How do you protect one over the other? And if part of what you expect to hear is bringing down of environmental protections on some of these things, how do you make sure you do this, do it fast, make sure you can power innovation, but also protect the existing customer base and people who happen to be in the area?
Yeah, this is a tough one, Becky. And, you know, I really, my thoughts and prayers actually go out to the people who are going to be making these tough decisions and balancing this. It's really a balancing act on a tightrope. And, you know, on the one hand, if tough decisions have to be made around power generating a data center that's powering, you know, massive things, whether it's for the U.S. government or for businesses, and there's a dependency on reliability and resiliency, and then you've got a residential neighborhood, and now you're thinking about, well, who gets powered today? Is it a residential neighborhood? Is it the schools, or is it this data center? So this is why our energy policy is going to be so important, and it's really a matter of national security, but also economic security. So we're going to have to see sort of an all of the above on energy, and you're right, we're going to have to find the right people on these governance boards to be thinking about the voice of everyone. So it's not just the voice of the
answer, though? I mean, if you're telling me decide between, you know, a big business that maybe is running important national security things, that's one thing. If it's a big business that's running search queries for where do I find the best deals on travel versus the neighborhood that's there, the school that's there, the hospital that's there, what is the answer? It's, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have the wisdom of Solomon, and you've got to have the right technology experts around the room and the right energy experts around the room. The key is making sure that we have the right throughput of energy to meet all of the needs. And then really working with sort of the energy providers to make sure that we have resiliency and reliability to make sure that everybody's energy needs can be met.
Yeah, good luck with that.
So can I just ask Teresa, what do you make then of these deals? There's a whole bunch of them now where the data center makes a deal with the energy provider effectively for 99.99999% uptime guaranteed, which effectively means that everybody else is not.
Yeah, this is a very tough situation. And this is where people who live in these areas where the data centers are being built need to be asking questions of their elected officials and need to be asking questions about their energy providers, asking them directly, how will this impact me? How will you make sure, you know, from a resident's perspective, that we're covered, that our schools are covered? Because if you're going to be diverting resources to these data centers, what does that mean for the rest of us? Again, this is where energy capacity plans are almost more important right now than the technology plans, because the technology doesn't work if the energy isn't there. So we're going to have multiple sources of energy for reliability and resiliency, but as well for the residences and small and medium-sized businesses that may not be powered necessarily by those data centers. So lots more to come. Hopefully we'll hear today how some of these situations are going to be addressed, who's going to be responsible for those, and what sort of this governance task force. You know, if I were advising the administration directly, I would tell them, you're going to need a governance task force on energy, on your technology security, on your technology resiliency and reliability, and making sure you don't have cost overruns, but also retraining America's workforce. So it is again, this is something that has never been done before. And it is incredibly invigorating and energizing, but at the same time, we need to make sure we've got the right guardrails in place so this is successful.
Maybe we should ask one of these large language models what the answer is and how to figure this out. Teresa, thank you for joining us today.
Okay, still to come, how Bath and Body Works has made reshoring look beautiful. The company's beauty park outside of Columbus, Ohio, is where all of the magic happens. We're going to take an inside look at that facility, and their Made in America success is next. It's quite a story. You do not want to miss it. We're coming back with it after this.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything
Order
to throw
filled.
at, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
University of Maryland Global Campus believes in its students and what they can offer the world. You get credit for experience. I didn't have to start at the bottom. I had life experience and I had actual job experience that translated to coursework and helped cut down the cost of school. UMGC honored the level of effort that I put into myself and helped me become a highly attractive candidate in the job market. Being able to buy a home is part of the American dream, and I couldn't be prouder.
Nia loved to run, but diabetes almost took that away. With Dexcom G7, she's learned so much about managing her diabetes that she's able to do cross-country this year. I think she can do anything.
I know I can.
Wow, looks like your hiring's making a lot of people happy.
ZipRecruiter's new tool, Zip Intro, is a game changer. It saved me so many steps in the hiring process. Look, I just pick a time, and it handles everything, from finding great candidates to setting up interviews.
So, no more back and forth?
Right. I can just choose from this list and meet with them as soon as tomorrow. Oh, wow. Another dignified portrait of me.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free. Only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Order submitted.
Pre-order now at Samsung.com.
What job do you think is more important? Would it be Treasury Secretary or Chairman of the Federal Reserve?
Becky, I think you're asking which is more important for me to do.
I am.
Let me ask how much power/influence the chair ultimately has.
What the Fed needs is less groupthink. You get something in your email box or something, just call us back.
After the president, Joe, you'll be my second call.
That's not bad.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
Order filled.
For more than a decade, Bath & Body Works has been
Order
reshoring
submitted.
its production from China, Canada, and Mexico. The move to do so has helped the company manufacture, package, and deliver products to its stores, which is a beautiful thing. Courtney Reagan joins us right now with more on what's been happening on this. And Court, I know you are in the middle of the action.
Order filled.
Yeah, we absolutely are, Becky.
Order
right here
submitted.
At this facility is where Bath & Body Works puts together its foaming hand soap. So right behind me, you can see this automated machine actually takes the bottle that's made here in Ohio, fills it with the soap, puts the pump on, screws that pump, and also adds the label. There is one employee here for quality control, but this machine runs at a rate of 270 bottles a minute. All of the items that are sold in the United States are actually made here. It has been doing this for more than a decade, and it's really become a competitive advantage, especially as of late with the global pandemic snarling supply chains around the world, and then currently as we face tariffs on imported goods.
We had factories really all over the world. Pieces and parts of the foaming hand soap would travel 13,000 miles before it entered the stores. Now with Beauty Park, the product travels a distance of about 13 miles from factory into distribution centers. So lead times back in the day were about 3 to 4 months to market. Now we can chase into this product in as little as 3 to 4 weeks from purchase order into store.
The shortened production time from idea to store shelves allows Bath & Body Works to chase its winners and minimize exposure to less productive products. It's a key reason that it can develop between 6,000 and 8,000 new SKUs a year. Now, more than 80% of Bath & Body Works manufacturing is U.S.-based. Half of it right here in central Ohio. This Beauty Park campus is about 10 miles from its corporate headquarters, where around 12 vendors contribute to the finished product, from the lab to the batching, filling, packaging, and the distribution. Now, the idea for Beauty Park came about in about 2010. It took 2 more years to actually begin manufacturing, and since then, hundreds of millions of dollars invested, in large part by Bath & Body Works vendors themselves, along with state, local, and federal governments, to get this project off the ground in a profitable way. Becky?
All right, Court, I'm thinking so many things. First of all, the reason we hear more companies say that they can't do this is that it's too expensive. Why does it make sense for Bath & Body Works? It's that innovation that allows them to do it more quickly? Is it a highly automated factory where there aren't as many people working, so it's not the labor cost differential that impacts it? How is this profitable for them? Why did it make sense before you even had tariffs coming in?
That was probably my number one question too, Becky, and it's almost all of the above reasons that you cite. Automation for sure. Like I said, this machine behind me pumps out 270 bottles a minute, and there's only one employee here basically for quality control. But that was millions of dollars of investment to get that automation going. So that's number one. Think about the weight of these products. So it was actually quite expensive to then pay for the shipping to get them from overseas or further away. So that was number two. And then also all of these vendors, while they do produce for other clients, Bath & Body Works is their main client, and they decided it was worth it to invest in this business for them. So it sort of had to put all of the pieces together of the types of products that are here, the automation, the commitment from the vendors to make it work. When I asked if it could be replicated, could other retailers do this when they say exactly what you're saying, it's too expensive, they said it's possible. I mean, anything is possible, but it's taken over a decade and hundreds of millions of dollars. It's probably not as likely for apparel or electronic manufacturing, but for consumer packaged goods, it is more possible in the United States.
I am getting major I Love Lucy vibes, but there's no chocolate behind you to stuff in your mouth. So maybe we should think, Laverne and Shirley, you got to come up with a glove that you can stick on one of those bottles behind you, have it go around the entire plant.
Exactly.
Court, thank you. This is really interesting, and
Thanks, Becky.
We'll see you again later in the day.
Okay. Coming up next, has the president's tax bills spurred spending by U.S. businesses? We're going to discuss what the administration is calling a CapEx comeback. We head to a break, a check on shares of Texas Instruments. That stock down sharply after the company's third quarter profit forecast falling short of expectations. We'll come back and discuss that and more after this.
At PGIM, finding opportunity in fixed income today helps secure tomorrow. Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience, helps investors meet their goals. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times faster to first hire. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
In our previous home, we had wood, and I never liked it. I wanted a sustainable option, and that made TimberTech the obvious choice for me. I love the indoor-outdoor living. I mean, to be honest, the decks made it even better. I'm so happy with it.
I can't wait to see their faces when they go out.
What seems to be the problem, soldier?
The belly's, it's full of Greeks.
Sneaky cowards.
Innovation changes everything.
Send it back!
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
When you see what looks like a totally irrelevant price target moved up by a little, you should presume the analyst has people maybe short, and the short sellers will run over by the bulls. That's the process of how to make money.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
Reliant is the home of free electricity and blockbuster savings. The Flex Your Credits electricity plan gives you your 2 highest use days free every week, plus $200 in bill credits. Showtime. Reliant, official energy provider of the Dallas Cowboys.
You see so many different ads for, trade schools and all these different places you can go, but I think UTI was definitely the biggest one that wanted me to succeed and had all the resources to help me succeed. Here you get the opportunity to learn about a trade and what you want to do in life, and also about, pushing yourself and being a better person and growing up and being a part of society.
Welcome to the show, the one with unimaginable power and endless entertainment.
You can't help but be awed by it all.
Sunday Night Baseball. Every Sunday, all season on ESPN.
Welcome back to Squawk. Three Democratic senators pressing Delta Airlines' CEO Ed Bastian to answer questions about the airline's planned use of AI to set ticket prices, raising concerns about the impact on travelers. The airline says it's testing AI dynamic pricing to eliminate manual processes while accelerating adjustments so customers can see the same exact fares. There's been some concern that maybe they would use AI to not just deal with, people who are getting a cheaper price early, but maybe because they think that you can afford a higher price or whatever they could figure out.
Profiling.
They could price that way. We'll see. I don't think we know enough about what the exact effort is underway. Meantime, is America seeing a CapEx comeback? Steve Leisman joining us along with Counselor to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Joe Lavorgna. Steve, good morning to you, sir. Take it away.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Thanks very much. Hey, Joe, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
My first chance to interview you as the counselor to the Treasury Secretary there. Congrats on the job. Joe, walk us through what you're seeing, which is the first thing you do, you get into the job and you go down and dirty and start looking at the Fed's G17 industrial production report. So walk us through what you're seeing in terms of a CapEx boom that looks to be out there.
Sure, Steve. So the one thing we know that to get incomes up, to get middle-class wages higher, you need more capital. Capital ultimately will drive productivity, which gives you higher living standards and higher wages. So in the private sector, I used to always look at a very esoteric series called production of business equipment, and that's essentially your proxy for CapEx, and it rose 23% in the first quarter, and not surprisingly, the series in the GDP accounts rose 24%. And then I noticed in the second quarter, while there was going to be some inevitable slowing, that Fed data showed a near 11% increase. So what that meant is over the 2 quarters, we had about a 17% annualized gain in that Fed data, which tracks the CapEx and the GDP accounts super closely. That was the largest 2-quarter gain, Steve, since the last 2 quarters of '97, if you exclude the pandemic, which is really incredible. And you might say, well, why is that happening? Well, I would say the reason is because when the tax policy was extended with the One Big Beautiful Bill, it was retroactive to Inauguration Day, and what that encouraged and incentivized is companies to invest in capital, knowing that the bill ultimately would get done. So we're seeing the benefits of the CapEx boom early, and now that the law is official, I'm expecting the CapEx trajectory to remain very strong. That in turn will continue to foster, we think, upward pressure on the very powerful blue wages boom story, which is basically your non-supervisory production workers taking home bigger paychecks because they have more capital to operate with.
Joe, let me, I think this idea of it being linked to the Big Beautiful Bill has some potential to it, but I want to just throw out a couple offsetting factors and see how you respond to them. One is that there was indeed a pull forward on business equipment spending that had to do with people running ahead of the tariffs. Do you think that's a part of it as well?
No, I don't, Steve, because if you look within the GDP accounts, what you see is information processing and related equipment, which is all the AI, crypto, all that kind of newfangled technologies. That was the big driver. I mean, that was up over 70%. That was consistent with President Trump wanting to make the U.S. the crypto capital of the world. So the investment is occurring in the areas where it was supposed to be. And now I think, also, now that the bill is now final, I think you're going to start to see, Steve, a broadening out of spending elsewhere, because the bill also includes 100% expensing for plants and factories. So if you're going to build a data center, that's going to be very powerful if you're mining crypto, for example, to get that full expensing.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up, because I remember sitting with a bunch of CFOs at our CFO council. Maybe you'll come talk to it one day. But
I'd love to.
There were like eight folks around the table, and half of them were we're really excited about these things that you see coming, which is why I think there's some, underlying truth to this idea that maybe they were anticipating the bill coming forward. The other half, though, were afraid of tariffs. I want to get you to talk about Japan in a second, but before that, is there a concern on your part that some of these tariffs may offset some of the business equipment that people need to bring in order to create the CapEx that you're talking about?
I don't think so, Steve, for a couple of reasons. One, I think most of us can agree that the tariffs certainly have not had the effect in terms of the price data that most economists had expected. And that, to me, reflects, Steve, the fact that the majority of the tariff has been absorbed in the margin. Yes, the importer technically pays that higher price, but the price coming in is offset by the increase in the tariff. We know the tariffs are being paid because we're getting record revenues. We could be $300 billion in the tariffs. But the inflation data so far has been de minimis, and I'm not certain that you're going to see really much of an inflation effect going forward, especially as you have energy costs and more CapEx, which tends to be disinflationary, offset any potential lingering or delayed effects from the tariffs.
All right, now I'm going to be accused of having buried the lead here, but give us your thoughts, Joe, on Japan and what it means for the economic outlook that this deal is struck and what it tells you about, hey, maybe Europe is going to come along in some way, and China.
So as Secretary Besson had said, the China-U.S. relationship is key. They're central to Asia, and the deal was done on very advantageous terms because President Trump worked to secure, an innovation fund, if you will, where the Japanese are going to commit over $500 billion, $550 billion to the U.S. So the deal was very innovative and structured as such. How everything else transpires, Steve, with other regions, I can't speak to that. Japan certainly did its part, and the president with Secretary Besson, Ambassador Greer, and Secretary Lutnick really gave a great deal to the U.S. Now, that is now completed, so the market, which is anticipating these deals to come, as you know from looking at the equity market, which is close to all-time highs, record tights in credit markets, clearly the markets are voting with their feet and saying, look, we love this, we love these policies.
Joe, I always followed almost everything you wrote as a private sector forecaster, so I want to ask you, a lot of the administration's outlook on things like the deficit, overall economy, is based on a 3% growth number. How realistic is that?
Steve, the 1.8 number that the CBO has is just absurdly low. 3% to me is very doable for two reasons. Number one, in the first 3 years of President Trump's term, the economy grew 2.8% with very low and stable inflation. In the third year, growth was 3.4%. Given the fact that trend productivity, if you look at the productivity trend over the past several years, it began under Trump and it continued over the next 4 years, underlying productivity, Steve, is closer to 2%. Given where labor force is, I expect labor force participation to increase. The fact that there's no tax on overtime and tips and reduced tax cuts for seniors, those participation rates can rise. 3% to me is a very doable number, especially with the AI boom. I mean, it's really incredible what this can generate, and the payoff is much sooner. We're not going to wait decades for this capital investment to pay off. It's going to happen much more quickly. I think we're seeing it in our regular everyday lives, and therefore 3% seems to me a very doable number. And if that's the case, Steve, and you include the tariffs, you've got something counted like $4 trillion in extra money that the CBO didn't count when it did its last official forecast of the deficit back in January. So if we grow at 3%, the deficit's not going to be a problem. We're going to do a lot to grow our way out.
So what would you say, though, about a Federal Reserve, then, that is keeping rates unchanged or lowering them even just a bit in the face of 3% growth, which is quite a bit above where they think potential growth is, around 1.8 or 2%?
Yeah, I would say that, I've never been a big believer that too many jobs creates inflation, that, tight labor market does not generate inflation, or in economic terms, they'll say the Phillips curve is flat, which to me is like there's no relationship between unemployment and inflation. What it could say is that if you look at the Fed's official forecasts in March, inflation's lower than where it was in March. We fast forward to June, those inflation forecasts, they revised up. Inflation was still lower than what they expected in June. We know that our star is below where rates are at the moment. So if you're looking at, growth driving inflation, that to me is the wrong mental framework. And I do think there are people on the committee that have a very similar view. But by Jay Powell's own admission, interest rates are high relative to neutral.
Joe, I want to thank you for joining us. And please come back and talk G17 and R-Star anytime you like.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you in NASDAQ.
Okay, Steve, thank you. Up next, the founder and CEO of predictions platform Polymarket, its return to the United States, the prediction markets, and much more. And by the way, speaking of the futures, let's take a look at the U.S. equity futures. Right now, it looks like those futures are still sharply higher. Dow futures are up by more than 230 points. NASDAQ futures up by about 27. And the S&P futures up by 22. Squawk Box will be right back.
Oh, so you corporate types think you're rock stars?
That's as ridiculous as us being corporate types. Let's begin.
Rockstar move using Workday to handle all our AI agents.
Well, watch me handle my agent, Gary. Bubbly water, no bubbles. So what'd you do this weekend?
The usual.
Shout out to Carmen for using Workday to manage our people and AI agents.
What are we doing?
Just clap.
Carmen!
It takes dedication to leave your life's work rock solid for generations. At UBS, we match your ambition with tailored advice to craft a unique outcome for you. Advice is our craft.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
At the Farmer's Dog, our recipe is more than the ingredients we choose. It's what we choose to do with them. Developed by our vet nutritionists, all our food is made to the highest safety standards and has clinically proven benefits. It's gently cooked to deliver the nutrients your dog needs without the ultra-processing. Because good ingredients matter, but the best recipes call for so much more. Get 50% off your first box, available only at thefarmersdog.com.
Eczema isn't always obvious.
Eczema isn't always red.
But now, eczema isn't always going to stop you.
With Ebglyss. Ebglyss is a once-monthly treatment to help those with moderate to severe eczema find real itch relief and real results.
Like skin that's still more clear at 1 year.
Don't use if you're allergic to Ebglyss. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Ebglyss. Before starting Ebglyss, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Skin that's still more clear, even at 1 year? Clearly, it's possible with Ebglyss.
Talk to your doctor about Ebglyss for eczema.
Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, Real World Insights, on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz. Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
All right, some news for you. Amazon is acquiring wearables startup BAI, which makes a $5 wristband that appears similar to a Fitbit smartwatch. The device is equipped with AI and microphones that can listen to and analyze conversations to provide summaries, to-do lists, and reminders for everyday tasks, and maybe listen to everybody around you, too, and clip all of those sort of things so you can remember those interviews.
Meantime, CNBC is learning that Goldman Sachs and Bank of New York Mellon have joined forces to create the ability for institutional investors to purchase tokenized money market funds. Now, BNY clients will be able to invest in money market funds whose ownership will be recorded on Goldman's blockchain platform. Some massive money managers, including BlackRock and Fidelity, have already signed up for the project. Goldman and BNY believe that tokenizing the $7.1 trillion money market industry is the next leap forward for digital assets. Tokenized money market funds pay owners a yield, making it more attractive to place for hedge fund, pension funds, and other companies to park their cash. Now, BNY Mellon telling CNBC the tokenizing step is important because it enables seamless and efficient transactions without the friction that happens in traditional markets. We're about to talk to a guy who probably is focused on a little bit of all this tokenizing stuff that's going on. Polymarket returning to the United States. The online betting platform announcing on Monday it's acquiring a derivatives exchange called QCX. Price tag is $112 million. And joining us right now in an exclusive interview about it all is Polymarket founder and CEO Shane Copeland. Good morning to you, sir.
Thank you guys for having me.
So
round two.
Round two. You're back here in the U.S. This has been the dream.
Long time coming.
So let's go backwards. You've been operating. We talk about Polymarket as if everybody can use it, but the truth is that most folks couldn't because you had to be in Europe
for trading. I mean, I think the way you guys talk about Polymarket's kind of like become the Bloomberg terminal for reality almost. And it's awesome. I'm humbled that every time I tune in Squawk Box, you're like, well, Polymarket. And, you know, I was watching Eric Adams' episode, and the first thing he said is like, well, the Polymarket for this. And I was just like, you know, I'm from New York. I went to high school right here. And the mayor talking about our site is just incredible. But yeah, I mean, look, there's a ton of latent demand for people who want to participate in the markets, not just look at it. So for us, you know, where we sit, it was like a must-have.
And so what happens now?
So obviously, I think people were pretty surprised. It was like a big acquisition. And the simple way to put it is it's kind of the perfect asset. So it's an exchange and a clearinghouse. And you know, that lets us go and serve brokerages and FCMs, as well as retail and institutions, which is really important. They all know and love Polymarket. When I get to meet these people, they say, oh my God, Polymarket's amazing, but I wish we could trade on Polymarket. And you know, ask and you shall receive, right?
So how much does this compete like with Kalshi? That Kalshi is probably your biggest competitor, at least in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been this crazy journey where prediction markets, Polymarket has become this cultural phenomenon, and I would say that I'm very grateful and we're very lucky that people have looked at Polymarket's success internationally and said, okay, how can we just copy and emulate this as much as possible in the US? And that was a very arduous journey. And now it's kind of been paved out. So what it makes it for us is like, hey, we can go buy this asset, and there's precedent for how to do these things, and we're going to be able to get in very quickly.
Do you get know-how with this acquisition too, kind of understanding of those markets? And
yes. I mean, look, we made a hire, Neil Kumar, our CLO, who's ex-CFTC, ex-Wilkie, excellent domain expert on this. And yeah, the folks at QCX, one of the best parts of it is that they're derivatives, OGs, and you know, a lot of the time when we're making strategic decisions, we'll talk to them about it. And
derivatives OGs, that's good.
It's a different lane, right? I think that Polymarket at its core, it's consumer, it's culture. That's what drives us. But we also are nerds about market structure. And you know, if we really want to go and dominate the market like we can, because you know, you guys talk about Polymarket all the time. We say the Polymarket for this, and it's just caught on. You know, we need to go and be able to serve the markets that people want to use.
Let me ask you a question long term. Mm-hmm. If you have the success that you want, I assume there's going to be a lot more competition. And I'm assuming that competition comes from the following places. I'm assuming the sports betting universe decides, you know what, we've got this massive funnel. We've got people who are already betting on sports every single night. They've got their credit card, they got all their accounts there. We're going to get into this business ourselves, right? That's one end of it. There's probably the Wall Street end of it, which is the traders who are going to be doing this in another way. And then I'm assuming there's probably 5 other ways that other people will get into this business. Does that mean that you ultimately license some of what you're doing to other people? Does that mean that you get acquired by one of these people? Does that mean that you buy somebody else? What does this actually look like in success?
It's a great question. I mean, look, you can draw a lot of parallels from how, say, interest rate swaps matured, or say how the stock market matured over, you know, the past century plus. The way that I think about it is, you look at sports books, for example, or you look at these like consumer trading apps. They're not exchanges, they're not marketplaces. They're front ends for existing infrastructure. For sports books, it's sort of this commodity business, and you have the odds, and you take the other side, and it's basically subject to the innovator's dilemma right now, where they take these huge margins, and now there's a better way to do it with things like Polymarket. The way that I think about it is there's a different type of user behavior that is the itch is scratched for with Polymarket, and that's this idea that you have an opinion on things, and you're curious about what's going to happen in the future, and I think you're wrong, and I'm right, so I want to put up or shut up, right? And when we think about product, that's what we want to build, as opposed to some sort of hyper-financialized app. And I do think that there'll be maybe some cannibalization if these are powered B2B, or maybe there's some element of, there's probably going to be more competition as the revenues heat up and the market gets larger. But we're really just focused on delivering on product. And the final thing I'd say is, like, if you look at the numbers, I don't know if you guys have seen, like, Polymarket's gotten pretty damn big in terms of usage, distribution, brand. And I think, you look at some of these other companies that have maybe $1 billion marketing budget or near it. And you look at Polymarket, which is just this scrappy team that just is always trying to do things guerrilla and, figuring out shrewd workarounds to go and get distribution. And what's really exciting about Polymarket is because it's not so hyper-financialized, people share the screenshots all the time. People go in, it's word of mouth. Like, I tune in and I hear you guys talking about it. That's incredible for us. And, you guys talk about it just because you find it interesting.
What's the craziest bet you've seen so far? I mean, I saw the divorce, the speculation about a divorce between Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. That, like, what's the wildest thing that you've seen on the platform?
Yeah, I mean, some of these like Middle East markets where it's like you're kind of anxious about what's going to happen. And from people who are in the open source intelligence community, they go and say, hey, Polymarket's before where we get our leads. Like, it moves quicker. And to me, that's just one of the things that inspired me most before I started Polymarket, was this thing called the Policy Analysis Markets, which was funded by DARPA. And it was all about using decision markets, which is like a deviation or a derivative of prediction markets, to go and forecast what's going to happen in the Middle East. And the idea that we've been able to build up the market infrastructure and the critical mass to be able to have that in real life effectively is just mind-boggling.
Has it worked? The bets in the Middle East situations there have
it's accurate.
Predicted accurately?
When it happens, you see an influx of people in the countries where it's relevant to in customer service queries, right? It's like someone tells me, oh, Polymarket's blowing up in this Telegram chat for this community. Because a lot of people want peace of mind, or they're anxious and they want to know what's going to happen. That's why they tune into the news. That's why they tune into X. And now that there's this other data point, which is the Polymarket for whatever the topic is, they get to see, oh, this is how likely it is. And it's updating in perpetuity. So instead of just reloading a news feed, you can go in there and see what Polymarket's saying day after day.
Shane, let me ask you this. There was a report on CoinDesk that you guys are weighing launching your own stablecoin. Is that true?
I don't know how that stuff gets out. We were really, Polymarket is kind of the killer app of stablecoins because it's this global free market, and it wouldn't be possible without a blockchain and a stablecoin. And we were the first thing built on USDC. All the USDC people are incredible, and it's been awesome to just watch them completely kill it in the public market. And I would just say we started with this older version of USDC, and we now have these longer term markets, and there's a lot more usage, and it's very important that the onboarding is smooth. It's very important that we can have yield.
You capture your
and there's a lot more infrastructure maturation of that space, so we're exploring. Definitely have some calls and meetings lined up to talk to folks about it. But the big thing is we start with user experience and we work backwards.
Different question. It relates to tokenizing, though. And I don't know if anyone's done it to you yet. There's a real effort to try to start selling, to effectively tokenize private companies that are not in the public market yet, but to do it in a way that investors, not just in the United States, do you have a take on what's going on here? The whole idea of tokenizing everything, effectively.
I mean, that's like one of my favorite ideas, right? I'm all about markets on everything. And, no one's tokenized Polymarket stock. And it's been cool that Robinhood has sort of put their foot in the water of doing this because people were very excited. And, companies are going public later, at a later stage than ever, and you want people to have upside early on, and maybe that leads to more liquidity premium, et cetera. I don't know, the downstream effects. someone else is a professional at that, not me. But I'm super excited and passionate about it, generally speaking.
And then, in terms of profitability, so we keep talking, there's a lot of volume on the platform. You're spending a lot of money, though, to build the platform.
Yeah.
What does the line and the curve look like here?
Yeah, not profitable. But, you know, I think when you go and build a platform and you get strong critical mass and you get a strong network effect, that enables you, hopefully, one day when you do monetize, to make more money the first day than you would, you know.
So what is the model or the models that you are contemplating?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's interesting because I've gotten to meet a lot of the top sort of exchange people and talk to them about how they think about their taker-maker fee splits, et cetera. I think that you can expect when you have these retail platforms, you want a taker fee because those people are just less price sensitive. And if they are price sensitive, they can go make a limit order and wait a little longer and provide liquidity to the book. And then, you know, maybe there's some sort of make a rebate, et cetera. I think what's very different about Polymarket is that Polymarket is the source of price origination. Pricing transparency for the majority of these markets starts on Polymarket, as opposed to if you're going and trading securities or options, the pricing transparency already exists. So you're trying to eke out margin, whereas we're trying to go and bootstrap liquidity.
Separate question about AI. I'm assuming at some point there's going to be a lot of trading by bots on your platform.
Yeah.
And I've always thought that your platform almost relies on the quote-unquote wisdom of crowds to the degree you believe the crowds can be wise.
Yeah.
Sometimes they are and sometimes they aren't. But I would assume that AI, if it's making these bets, would just be trying to extrapolate and therefore maybe even create distortions in what the wisdom of the crowd actually is.
Yeah, now we're getting into some good questions.
Okay, so what do you think about that?
So, you know, Polymarket is based on like disparity, information disparity, and disparity of opinions. So when one agent or person thinks one thing and someone else disagrees, and both people are confident enough to put their money where their mouth is, and then you have price as the great equalizer. So, you know, the agent or the human may say, oh, I want to buy this, and then the price goes up, and they say, oh, well, actually, you know, this is a bit too high, I'm good. And that's the dance, which is price discovery. And you go on Polymarket, you look at the order book, and you can see it all day, every day. And that's really the business that we're in. And I think what's cool about agents, and what's also cool about Polymarket being built on a blockchain, is that it's globally accessible, and people can hack together, you know, an agent that can go and operate autonomously. And people have done that. You know, it sounds weird like saying buzzwords because that's not really what I do, but like there are people actually doing this and making money and running experiments. But what I think is coolest about it and what's so special about Polymarket is as we continue to open up market creation, where you can go and easily create a market on anything with less liquidity and, you know, less sort of visibility and eyeballs, you'll be able to go and have liquid markets, even if it's very small liquidity, liquid and accurately priced markets for the very long tail because agents can go and reprice it.
Can I ask one really stupid question?
No such thing as stupid question.
This one maybe. What's the difference between you and Kalshi? What's the differentiator?
Polymarket is Polymarket, and they're a Polymarket copycat.
Let me ask you one final question. The FBI, they raid your place.
Yeah.
This case is now over. Good for you.
Thank you.
What happened that morning, and what's been happening the last couple months? What have you been thinking the whole time?
Yeah, look, there was so much. I mean, you guys remember pre-election, there was just so much media and misinformation and the full shebang of like an opposition rollout against Polymarket. I mean, we'd read that Elon was using it to manipulate the election, and that, you know, Peter Thiel had started it to go and manipulate the election. Like, this is what was being written in real publications. Meanwhile, it's like a young guy who started it, who's like working his ass off and at his desk, like stressed. And so I think that there was a lot of sort of leads or rumors that, you know, frankly would get people worried or would say people, hey, we got to look into this. And, you know, luckily we were able to dispel all that, and it was baseless. And I think that we ran like an excellent ship, and we've only been maturing. And I think, you know, when you get all the facts, it's pretty clear.
They just say never mind once they looked into it?
Essentially. Yeah. I mean, you know, I think that it closed recently, but that sort of consensus was reached a lot earlier.
Did you freak out that morning?
Yeah.
Like that's kind of a crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think you got to make lemonade out of lemons. So that day was very crazy, but it was also an inflection and a milestone.
Shane, want to thank you for coming in this morning. Hope you come on back.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure.
Really, thank you again.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks.
All right, up next, a check on the markets and some morning mean movers. We'll be right back.
I can't do it! This gap! It's just too big!
Bring on the double. After my hospital stay, Aflac helped close the gap by paying me cash for expenses health insurance didn't cover. Nothing covers gaps better than the Aflac duck.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Find an agent, get a quote at Aflac.com. You do look like me.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports.
Everett, Neela!
But you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sporthood. DSG, only at Dick's.
We asked Howie Mandel to describe new hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
They're like little soft puff jackets for your feet. These are like cozy little slippers for the street.
Introducing new hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins. Ultra-comfortable sneakers you just step into with no bending down or touching.
Seabits, your company started in the kitchen.
Hello?
Now it has 3. Your team of 5 grew to an army of 500. And that's your logo, right there in marble.
That's big.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market.
Our data shows that this deal works.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. CBIZ, insights that impact.
Breaking earnings news. Tesla, Alphabet, IBM, Intel. Market reaction. Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC+.
Sure, yeah, come on.
Okay. Don't worry. DashPass saves you money on DoorDash. So you can skip the trip to the grocery store and stay right where you need to be.
Popcorn? I'm good. Want to go get dinner?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll order.
When you save big on orders, you can afford to give yourself a pass.
What do we think?
DashPass by DoorDash. Your door to more savings.
To the end zone for the touchdown!
Oh my goodness!
All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's get to Dom Chu. He's got a look at some of the global automakers and other stocks to watch this morning, and they've been on the move in a big way today, Dom.
Very much so. The 2 thematic trades a lot of traders are watching on Wall Street this morning involve those global auto stocks, specifically the Japanese ones, which closed in trading up anywhere from about 13 to 15% for Toyota, Mazda, Mitsubishi. Also watch the carryover effect for the European automakers like Volkswagen and Mercedes-Benz. And then, of course, the meme stocks. Kohl's, Open Door, Krispy Kreme, GoPro, 1-800-Flowers part of that mix now as well. So all of them exhibiting that same volatility. We'll see if it stays that way, Becky. I'll send things back over to you.
All right, Dom, thank you very much. By the way, folks, we have a great show for you tomorrow. He played for the New York Football Giants for 16 years. He won 2 Super Bowls, and he's now venturing into a new business. Eli Manning will be joining us live. Plus, the New York City mayoral race getting some action here. Mayoral candidate Andrew Cuomo will be joining us. That does it for us today. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Right now, it's time for Squawk on the Street.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer and David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. It is risk on as trade deals with Japan, Indonesia, the Philippines start coming into view. Earnings continue to impress with a high beat rate, and the meme phenomenon broadens today. It's Krispy Kreme and GoPro up 40 to 80%. Our roadmap begins with the U.S. and Japan reaching that trade framework. What's the new agreement about? What does it mean for both economies and the other countries trying to negotiate with the U.S.?
Plus, we're going to keep an eye, of course, on AI and XAI, that is OpenAI as well. Both are reportedly, not even reportedly, they're seeking additional capital as the race for expansion, of course, continues. And those meme names, Kohl's, Open Door, cooling off a bit, but others are now joining in on the craze. We talked about it yesterday. We will continue that conversation this morning.
Let's get right to this trade deal with Japan. In a post on Truth Social, the president said Japan will invest about $550 billion into the U.S., which will receive 90% of the profits. Japan will pay reciprocals of about 15%, Jim. They're going to buy 100 Boeing planes, buy some rice, increase their defense spending with American contractors.
Well, look, I mean, the time-honored thing is to order planes from Boeing. If Boeing could make them, it would really matter. The Boeing's got one of the biggest backlogs in history, and what I think really matters is that it's template. Look, everybody won on this. I mean, I think that you can easily say the United States won because it's still got a nice tariff, but the Japanese, the stocks are just flying, and what it does is it takes off the table something that I was very worried about, which is that the president would be really hard on these guys, and then it would be a ripple effect. And Japan's already got a government crisis, so these are dominoes that don't happen. And I think that people have to recognize. And David, I don't know, you can criticize his view, but some of these things are working. This was a positive for our country, positive for Japan in the end.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think at one point if you had said there's going to be 15% across the board tariffs, or our average tariff rate is going to be somewhere approximate between 10 and 15%, people have been like, whoa, that's a lot.
Right.
At this point, we don't seem to be seeing it in the inflation numbers, at least not to the extent I think that had been worried early on. But 15% is still a real number. I don't know to what extent it damages the competitiveness of Japanese automakers, but it is down from 25, so and conceivably even higher. So a lot of this looks good. You can see the reaction, of course, in the names that we're talking about there that do export a lot of their product here, not to mention make a lot of them in this country as well. A number of those companies.
It didn't matter. Now, David, would you call this the art of the deal?
Would I call it the art of the deal?
I'm saying that you move the tariff up real high and then negotiate down. People feel like, wow, that was good.
I don't know what I'd call it.
I knew you wouldn't call it that.
I don't know.
I just
I mean, we've got you cheerleading all the way. And I know what you're up to, by the way. I know what you're up to.
Well, I caught that Yankee game. It was pretty amazing.
What is he up to?
He's trying to become Fed chair.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, it's going to be open soon.
He has not yet given up that dream.
Order
and
canceled.
I think he's back on.
Although Bessent this morning said they're not in a rush on a nomination, Jim, so take your time.
No, I don't want that job.
It's the only job you would leave us for.
What, if I got the
It's the only job you would leave us for.
Of course I'd leave you in a heartbeat. What, sit
Order
here and just
submitted.
take your abuse versus being king?
You'll come on, though, right?
I'll come on Fox and then come on you. You have me? There. All right? Look, sometimes this worked out.
With Japan, the trade deal.
Now, Europe's going to be under a lot of pressure. But I do think that this was the big one in terms of like the huge car companies that you just did not want to see gutted. I mean, look, yesterday GM got hurt. I thought GM quarter was pretty, GM's numbers weren't bad. Now GM goes up. I mean, there are situations where everybody could win. I just don't know where we're going to get all these people. Another $500 billion. $500 billion seems to be the operative term of what you're supposed to invest here. We're going to get a lot of robots because holy cow. I mean, we don't have the people. That's a high quality problem, but we don't.
Right. Now, this tariff is going to be paid by U.S. importers and ostensibly some of that maybe by some consumers, right?
Right. Well, I do think that it's going to be inflationary. That's what Powell's worried about.
It is.
But Andy Jassy said that so far the tariffs haven't hurt Amazon.
No, we haven't seen a lot of commentary in terms of from companies, and we're moving into another earnings season here, which we'll get yet again. We'll be looking for that commentary specifically in terms of price increases or margin decreases. It's getting eaten somewhere. And a lot of it maybe, but margins seem to be holding up as well. So I don't want to call it a mystery, but we're still sort of waiting. And again, to your point, it's one of the reasons why Chair Powell has been hesitant to lower rates, even though there may be more dissent on the board.
I mean, we have heard about some weakness in autos from NXP. Today we'll talk about Texan.
Absolutely.
SAP's on the tape saying that clients in tariff-exposed industries are being more cautious on their cloud spend.
Yeah, I thought that stock would be down much more. It's a fan favorite. People really like them, and some people felt they were just being conservative. I've had them on a number of times. They're a very good company. But there is a sense that, continued sense cloud software, that is connected with software as a service down because AI is making it so you don't need to hire as many people, so therefore not that many seats. That is the area of tech that is weak versus the high-end semis that have software. And remember, the whole theme right now of NVIDIA is it's a stack with software, not just hardware. People like that.
We do have some sad news to report today. Former Honeywell CEO, longtime General Electric executive, and former CNBC contributor Larry Bossidy has died at age 90. A frequent guest over the years, especially on Squawk Box, which did a remarkable tribute to him this morning on the phone with Joe. Jim, Joe joked about his good looks, the mix of William Holden and Robert Mitchum, but his leadership acumen was just visible to anyone who tuned in.
Tough. I think the word rigorous would come to mind. But you know what? I got involved with him with a charity called Radical Hope, which is to prevent teenage suicide from grandson. And to be with him and to be sitting next to him and feeling about a cause that's close to me, because what my daughter works on, I mean, he was incredible. What he really wanted to do was raise a lot of money to bring to the fore teenage suicide, which no one else is willing to do because it's a taboo topic. And he wasn't afraid to touch taboo topics. And it was a joy to give money to his organization, and people who want to celebrate what he did or praise what he did or just remember what he did. It's Radical Hope, and it's a really good healthcare program. It's alive with NYU, and I just thought it was such a great charity. I couldn't help but contribute.
Yeah. Always just a great voice to have on our air, of course. Always so straightforward. Told it like it was, and obviously incredible leadership characteristics as well from his time at GE and Honeywell.
Yeah.
But certainly will be missed for so many reasons by so many.
It's a great guy.
We actually pulled a brief bit of sound from him. It was actually during the first Trump presidency, 2018, where he talked about where tariffs sort of line up in the toolkit. Take a listen to this.
My view would be that you would impose tariffs as the last alternatives. In other words, is there a better way to bring these people to heel? We are being discriminated against. That is not in contention. The question is, what can you do to right this uneven trade? And the question is, are there other sticks besides an imposition of tariffs? If there are, I would favor them. On the other hand, if they've been examined and there aren't any, then while it's not ideal, then maybe that's what you have to do.
Maybe it got to that. Maybe since that conversation it got to that, because we have been taken advantage of, and nothing stops these so-called trade partners other than tariffs. I think that if Larry were here, I think he'd say, you know what, all it has gotten worse.
Our thoughts, of course, are with Larry's family. Larry Bossidy was 90 years old.
Sir, it seems that the Gladiator is getting a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Oh, we back again, y'all. Hot, y'all been. It's getting hot, hot, hot. Hey, feel a raise of these new summer days. Hey.
What job do you think is more important? Would it be Treasury Secretary or Chairman of the Federal Reserve?
Becky, I think you're asking which is more important for me to do.
I am.
Let me ask how much power/influence the chair ultimately has.
What the Fed needs is less groupthink. You get some in your email box or something. Just call us back.
After the president, Joe, you'll be my second call.
That's not bad.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Your new Hyundai, right now at Hiley Hyundai of Burleson. Come lease a 2025 Hyundai Elantra for $187 per month for 24 months. Or check out the 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe, lease for $201 per month for 24 months. Or lease a 2025 Hyundai Tucson Hybrid for $336 per month for 36 months. And experience America's best warranty with Hyundai Owner Assurance. Visit Hiley Hyundai of Burleson today.
Tide Pods Ultra Oxy one-ups the cleaning power of liquid.
Can it one-up spaghetti night?
It sure can.
Really?
Can it one-up breakfast in bed?
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks, boys. What about that?
Yep.
It can?
Yeah, even that.
I would very much like to see that.
Me too.
Tide Pods Ultra Oxy. One up the toughest stains with 50% more cleaning power than liquid detergent. Any further questions?
Nope.
One up the power of liquid with Tide Pods Ultra Oxy.
Welcome back. You know, I came back yesterday. We talked a lot about different news out there, but we didn't really talk about AI at all, and you can imagine how I felt. So I wanted to make sure our second block of the show today was all about AI, specific to the enormous amount of capital being raised by so many of these companies, led by OpenAI, but also XAI, that's the Musk company as well. OpenAI, my own reporting, some others out there as well, pursuing another $10 billion. Remember, they got the $30 billion commitment from SoftBank, and they have to raise another 10 against that as well. And they're doing it in different tranches. My understanding is perhaps as many as 4 different tranches. So you get $7.5 billion essentially from SoftBank. You find $2.5 billion from investors. But they're trying to raise all the 10 now, guys. $300 billion post money valuation, $260 billion going in. A lot of these numbers have been shared by others as well. And then you've got a story yesterday in the it was the Journal reporting about fundraising going on that would allow Elon Musk's XAI to purchase the million GPUs, or at least the processing power of the million GPUs. This is through, not directly from them, but through Antonio Gracias' company that would buy the GPUs and lease them to XAI. Interesting. Yes. An interesting approach. But all of it, of course, goes to just the enormity of the capital raising from these companies that have to endlessly buy GPUs, not to mention put up data centers. Of course, I've talked to Musk about the Colossus 1 in Memphis and then Colossus 2, and I would reference again what he had to say. In fact, we'll play it right now, back in May, about their plans to buy GPUs. We didn't discuss how he's going to finance it, but the plan remains in place. Take a listen.
I think we have the most powerful training cluster in the world right now, which is over 200,000 GPUs training coherently.
You're at 200,000 already now.
Yes.
There in Memphis, that facility that you
yes.
put to, okay.
Yes.
And where are you going?
And we'll be at the million GPU level in a location just near Memphis.
Wait, a million GPUs for a new location, or 800,000 additional GPUs?
A million of the next generation GPUs.
That could cost upwards of $12 billion. I mean, Jim, the numbers just keep going. In its existence so far, OpenAI has probably raised some $70+ billion. Obviously, the numbers there, I mean, I'm talking to potential investors who are talking about revenues of $13 billion at OpenAI. Private company, remember, they're not sharing this openly, going to as much as $25 billion next year. You are talking about enormous growth rates. But remember, it's also a not-for-profit. It is in the transition phase. There's returns that are capped under the previous capital structure for investors. They're dealing with Microsoft, or trying to figure out a way to sort of redo their capital structure and or allow them to become at least a public benefit corporation. So a lot of different things going on here.
Well, I'm so glad you brought it up because I've got to tell you, I spoke to Scott Strasick this morning, G Vernova. Look, you may have trouble getting the GPUs from Jensen. Try to get the power from G Vernova, which is the only one really has any. I mean, David, the backlog. I mean, you know, and look, he's talking every day to Amazon. He talks to, well, actually to every hyperscaler, but the ones that are top of mind is Microsoft. And David, there's just not enough power.
It's unabated, the desire for the GPUs, and in that same interview, Musk said, NVIDIA is still where I got to go. They're still the best. And to your point, and we can take a look after GE Vernova reports earnings, and you spoke to Strasick, it's power, power, power.
Yeah, they just look. I'll tell you how desperate they are. You know what they're doing? They're using Aerojet engines, tying them up with other ways to move power to be able to have some sort of stopgap power for people. And now those are gigawatts. The megawatt. I mean, Carl, it may be, and I saw Ben Rice has a piece this morning, Melius. This bigger like than the railroad moment, as he's saying. You can't get power.
No. I mean, Oracle yesterday, what was reported in terms of OpenAI and what they're going to do in terms of building data centers for them. You're talking about powering the equivalent, I think it's of over 4 million homes.
Yes.
So a mid-sized city is what these data centers.
That's just 5 right there.
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
But there's good news. There's good news. The TVA, they're building a new nuke plant. The NRC,
Tennessee Valley Authority. Who?
Yes, Tennessee Valley Authority.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Back to
Roosevelt.
The NRC is on the clock. 18 months to be able to approve the plan. Once the plan is approved, bingo, it starts to be built. It's going to be built. Canada is being built. Scandinavia, they're building nuclear. So the hope is nuclear power.
That's a big turn, given where we've been the last few decades.
That's the hope.
We'll get Kramer's Mad Dash countdown to the opening bell. So many movers to get to. A lot of industrials. Jim mentions GE Vernova. We'll get to Texan, Otis, Freeport, Hilton, T in a minute.
Jeez.
Tamara, Izzy, and Emma. No one puts more love into logistics than these three. You need them. They need a retirement plan. Work with principals so we can help you with a plan that's right for your team. Let our expertise round out yours.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Good morning. We got 10 minutes. Let's see. 3 minutes. Looks like it's near oversold, so it's gonna bounce. And then 15 minutes. Still got room to go down, so maybe a pump and dump. So I don't know yet, but the squeezes look bad on the radar screen. I'm just gonna wait to open and see. I don't want to bag hold anymore. Wait for the bot to go short or something. Bot's long since last night, long time ago at 23,230. So got about 40 points on that. We should just wait. I think it might go up.
Furniture heroes like Kimberly have small space solutions for every budget, like sectionals with hidden storage, pop-up sleepers, and bedroom sets with a dresser or chesser at no extra charge.
Discount furniture.
Pre-order now at Samsung.com.
Checking the markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Let's go.
Welcome back. We got 9 minutes before we get started here with trading on what Jim and I like to call Hump Day. It's a
Let me
Wednesday.
cancel my
of course,
short.
already about
I'm gonna
9
get
minutes. I just said
stuck.
Capital One's a name, know nothing. He's practicing for Fed chief. He's going to have that conversation with himself. Tell himself he knows
should
that
try to
when he
long.
gets appointed Fed chair. That said, Capital One
I don't know. It looks like it's gonna pump on the 3 minutes. No, I said I might go long, but I'm still gonna wait. I don't get stuck. It's keep going up already. 35 was a good long.
So this gets approved. He's now got the second exchange network after Amex. David, he's going for it. He's going to go for a worldwide card. And I would not bet against Richard Fairbank. That's why it is up $10 off a quarter that was very confusing, but is clearly going in the right direction.
Right, and as you point out, they closed the Discover deal. That's a while back, a few weeks back already at this point. So global domination. Global domination.
Yeah, we wait for a 100 points pump and then we short that motherfucker.
It's more Amex that you think is.
Did you trade last night when you came home? Okay. The fuck you tagging me at 2 in the morning? I need 2 more days for Apex payout today and tomorrow, but I need at least $50 today, and I can split tomorrow. Oh shit, I'm short somewhere. Ah, fuck. Oh. Yeah, I didn't mean to short. I forgot to cancel my short, but I made $40 on it. Oh, yeah. I still got one more open somewhere. There we go. I hate having all these accounts. See, I told you it's gonna pump, Hunter. Oscillator is really good. But those squeezes on the radars is going bearish, so I don't know. There's 15 minutes still got the downside. So I might get the morning opening pump, and that's it. I'm just gonna wait. I'll just get fucked trying to get free open.
The Mazda summer sales event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new
You're gonna long at open?
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the Ford Review sales event.
110. I don't think we're gonna hit 110. Yeah. I mean, it can. I'm gonna get. Oh, I gotta get Google puts at open. Forgot about that. Yeah. You're gonna play Google? I'm not gonna play Tesla because it's fucking hard, but Google fucked for like 2 weeks straight. I do want to get a puts. Google got 190 to 177. It's $1, which is $100. That's lower.
Your company started.
Let's go. We got 5 minutes, boys. 5 minutes. Let it pump. Don't chase anything.
Big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market.
Yeah.
Our data shows that this deal works. Interesting.
Very interesting.
Company, advisory, insurance, and more.
Don't blow it at 150. That's your only funded account now.
When left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up. Nuveen invests with the
Yeah, Google earning is today after market closes. So it's good if you want to YOLO evals. You can either blow it or pass it real quickly. Yeah, and right after market closes, Google ER. I'm not gonna do YOLOs on ER. I keep blowing those. It's hard. You have to time it correctly. Yeah, it's not like data was on the dot when the data comes.
It's brought to you by New Bean. Invest like the future is watching.
Tesla, it's been red, so I might pump on ER, but I don't know if the sales are good. Maybe feel boycotting them.
But not one that's about to fall apart, which is what you need if you're still shorting calls down here in the single digits.
They keep emailing me like all this cool stuff. Transfer your autopilot, free charging for a year. Yeah, that's been like 15 years already. That thing's gone. I mean, if it dropped, we might can long. Let me check. Yeah. I got a long way to get to the buffer on my TPT. Yeah. 3 minute, boys.
From GameStop and some of the challenges that company faced at the time, there was a huge short position. Rightly so. Were absolutely annihilated as that stock moved to heights that had never been imagined. I don't want to equate these moves now. This mean, if we even want to call it that, with that, but we won't ever forget it.
Yeah. Goldman has a chart today. Historically, only 2 other times where their short interest pair has had a higher monthly return.
Dang, that pump.
October, January.
Let's see where's. So we go to reversal. It's 297 to 3333. So we get over 300 something. I might try to short. If. Because even the 15 minutes looks like it's trying to curve up now, so it's gonna be hard. And the bot is long, so with debt we might can long.
What is Kohl's actually worth at this point? Given how challenging retail is and continues to be, that high. Yeah. Based on what?
1 minute
It
now.
does have decent real estate. It does have some good stores, so you can close it. It does have Sephora. It has, which is very important.
In the stores, right? Yeah.
And look, it didn't really have a CEO. It had that terrible situation with that fellow who was doing some things that none of us would do. And he's gone. It has a decent board. It's just not. It's not what you would go after.
Okay.
It's not a bed bath.
Now, I haven't looked at GoPro in at least, I don't even know how many years.
Those are pump and dumps. I mean,
You throw Wendy's up in there, up 10 this morning.
Wendy's? It's such a.
What's the line? What's the line that delineates a main stock from just a regular trade?
Morons buy it after somebody gets long. Wendy's had a horrible quarter.
Wendy's was part of my old group, though, too. It had a little bit of a mean.
From 20 to 27.
191.
Bed Bath and Beyond.
Yeah, where did that
77 puts.
GameStop, which is still $24.
Here we go. You didn't long, did you? I'm scared now. Oh, yeah. That's like the opposite of what it was doing last week. Wow. Yeah. I might try long at 20. I get long 3. It's an eval, so I'm not going to worry too much.
Submitted.
And I'm out. Got a little bit of it. That's scary. Sup? Yeah, I don't want to touch it anymore. Wow. Did it dump yesterday at Open 2? I think it did. We got caught, didn't we? Yeah.
For the data again, we're going to have that for you soon because we felt like it was time to
Holy shit.
visit SPAC land in
Try another long.
We'll be paying
I'm
attention.
just doing even. I don't want to get stuck with funded.
That we went through, of course, back in 22, but
order filled.
There we go.
everybody had a SPAC. Other than us, we were the only ones who failed some capital.
Would have been good. Morning, Yusuf. Yeah, you're lucky you didn't long 2 and 2. You're gonna fuck. Oh yeah, those squeeze was bearish. I told you the squeezes is hitting now. Now I only have 4 out of 7. Yeah, I might drop some more because at 15 minutes still going down. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Maybe Trader was right. Wait for 110 to go long. Holy shit! Wow, I think a lot of people are gonna blow.
But you know, we're talking about meme stocks. We're talking about SPACs.
I think I stopped you from going long. I hope you didn't go long yet. You stuck in long? Wow. Yeah, look at the squeeze now. I only have 3 squeezes left. Where do you long at? 205 maybe? Okay, good.
Yes, you are.
There's actually a good take out of Evercore today on the stimulus effect of the bill. They see
Dude, my Google puts already up 15%. Let's go, Google. Should I hold this? Google puts up 20% already.
These things are just going to cause spending. On top of that, you've got the
I think so. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for Google to die.
it could be real. You have the Japanese spending 500.
Ivy's 89. Oh wow.
On the subject of corporations.
Maybe to drop again to 88. I'll go long. Let me put it in at 85. That's what it hit earlier.
AT&T this morning, and this follows Verizon. AT&T stock down, by the way. Not clear to me exactly why. The call started at 8:30. Global numbers were not great. They added 400,000 postpaid. There was some strong numbers.
That's how my Google puts.
Much of the tax savings and reinvesting it as
I want
opposed to
a big win on Eon. Get my first win.
Let me share some of this with you because it's exactly what we've been discussing. 6.5 to 8 billion of cash tax savings.
Yeah, I've been sucking at ER.
For AT&T. 1.5 to 2 billion this year, and they plan to invest
Come on, just dump it.
into increasing the footprint of their fiber network and
Second long. I have a long at 85. I hit 185. Yeah.
That'll take $1.5 billion. But it may be.
Oh, yesterday's weak. Today's also weak.
Did, and to remind you that the company reporting earnings a couple days back, they raised their free cash flow guidance for
3 minutes is trying to curve down, so not sure yet.
$1.5 to $2 billion from the recently enacted tax legislation. Now, AT&T gave us a longer-term plan here in terms of how much the savings is going to be.
Yeah, I just waited on the bot. Let me see if the bot's going to short yet. Bot is not shorting yet. It's setting up to short, but not yet. I think we need to, yeah, we need to drop more.
AT&T quarter, I would point to, by the way, I did speak to the company's CFO, as I often do, on the morning of earnings. Said economy, consumer looks good. Consumer looks good. No concerns there. Consumer looks good. I would point out something I've been focused on for years now: fixed wireless. They added 200,000
How much do you make?
subscribers. Remember, they've been spending an enormous amount. We'll actually ramp that up in terms of fiber.
And I still want 80 payout.
But that said,
We should buff the buffer. I ain't got no buffer.
this mid-band spectrum that they bought back in the auctions in 2001.
Yeah. That's a wow. That's a 50 points from 185.
Leaves and trees and things like that, but
I don't want to short it. That's the thing.
to open up fallow spectrum in more locations.
Okay, it'll go up to. It'll go up again. I'm gonna short.
Is interesting in terms of what it means for the main broadband providers.
I'm leaning towards Bear Day today because of the squeeze. Yeah.
Order canceled.
I'm gonna risk it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Order submitted.
But yeah, the market's been running non-stop, and now earnings coming up. Earnings bad. It's gonna dump.
You don't have to have somebody come and pay a visit to your home. You could just set it up.
So Google today, Tesla today. What else is today? Intel tomorrow. So we have Chipotle today.
Verizon also doing it.
It's really good. That explains a look, I think that if you were a Comcast shareholder, you were kind of hoping that T-Mobile will reach a level, and then we back.
And then it'd be over.
And it just, that sounds like that's not.
No, I mean, but again, this is Spectrum they bought back.
I mean, they probably made some money through the account.
To clear it and get everything done. Let's look at our parent company, at least for the next few months. And then it won't be anymore. Yeah, I gotta correct so many people. It's Versant. It's not Versant.
Really, they're still on that.
They're still. Yeah. I know. I'm like Versant. What's the problem? Everybody wants to go with that European pronunciation.
I don't have a lot. I'm thinking more about Thermo Fisher and how they finally got it together. It's just a gigantic.
Morning, buddy.
No longer worried about China.
Thermo Fisher was up yesterday.
Free market. I haven't touched them open yet. Too scared.
But Thermo Fisher is the one that there's my just understanding it's been a disaster. But Thermo Fisher had also been.
Yeah. We wanted a long. I got scared, but again, a bit long. They got some money.
And the China conundrum is, look, we can't. They're not buying our stuff. It's just not any good. We can't get the orders.
Wasn't there also a concern about a cutback in healthcare funding overall?
Absolutely.
Laboratories,
yes,
like that they sell into.
Merck's been hurt. GE Healthcare's been hurt. But it looks like Thermo Fisher's now passed it. Congratulations to Mark Casper, because he's the perfect CEO and it happened. And I think this is the beginning of a big one.
Yeah, it's a little patchy in industrials right now, Jim. Lennox is helping to lead.
I hope so. Oh, damn. Good job. Yeah, payout now, right? He had a huge buffer on that 300K.
Service revenue, including China. She tell you over.
Oh, that's one of the denies. You got 3 at set for payout. Good job. 4 actually with a 55K too.
It's a spin-off of United Technology.
Nice. I need 2 more days. I need today and tomorrow. I haven't touched anything yet, but dang, good job. You're killing it.
So we're seeing a lot of bifurcation in a lot of different industries.
We'll watch that closely, Jim. A little weakness in travel as well. Hilton today trimming some Q3 numbers, even though they raised for the full year on adjusted EPS.
But did you see what people are saying about the cruise ships again? Oh my, this Royal Caribbean, someone downgraded Royal Caribbean the other
Are
day.
you almost on cap? On the payout?
Chance to buy it. The price target bumps for these stocks are insane. But then again, I mean, cruising is a very inexpensive way to go. It still isn't impacting Disney. Disney's got good cruise business.
It does. It's not. They're not
That'd be nice,
seeing
yeah.
everything. They're not seeing any.
No diminution, but they need more ships. They need more
Yeah, it's
ships.
just chopping now. Let me check on my Google puts. Google puts up 25%. Let's go. I'm just eating the IV.
And again, AT&T not seeing anything.
If it hit 50%, I'm gonna sell.
Not seeing delinquencies rise in any significant way. Guys, I did want to come back to Texas Instruments because it is having a particularly bad response to earnings. You mentioned it very briefly. We're off of NXPI yesterday, which obviously sells into automotive. Jim, what is the issue here with Texas Instruments in the second quarter?
There's no news today, Hunter.
Where I tell people, we got to listen to the conference call. Texas, the previous quarter, they got a little bullish. I was like, oh my God, they're like bullish. They're never bullish.
I want to short. I want to short so bad, but I gotta wait to hit like 35 or higher.
Are you like not as bullish as you were before? I mean, did we get it wrong?
Oh shit, in my head.
And in Texas Instruments is a poker face outfit, and they mentioned that, listen, we're not doing any better than we thought we were doing. I think the stock is way too low. This was about tone.
And although to your point, the stock had quite a move.
It had a huge move. And that whole move was based on the fact that the previous quarter, they seemed to be very optimistic. And now they're back to the usual pessimistic ways. It's all tone. It is. It's all tone. And it bothers me because...
You're shorting now? Huh?
We're going to sell the stock thinking there's something wrong. Oh, they're fine. But there are more tariffs issues that mentioned.
Yeah, those squeeze is still bearish.
When we mention tariffs, it means sell. Because what you're supposed to say is, hey, not affecting us. Or we're going to cut the amount that we thought.
Nice short.
Those are the two narratives. It's either not affected or cutting the amount that we're worried about. Right. So Texan was a very tough call.
Nice.
It was
Which such a videos? Oh shit! Oh, I need to touch my ETF. Mate. Yeah. I gotta copy trade that ETF, but I can't take my time. I only have 30 days to pass and then get a payout. ETF.
There was always a chance that could happen, but Clover, not that good. Clover's Clover. There are these period ones that are such big misses, and I would point you toward Hasbro, which was so gigantically earlier and doing so well, and then reverses because they have a lot of Chinese material that that are going to be tariffed. So again, if it's going to be tariffed,
So the bot is flashing a short. So if it dump a little bit more, then maybe in the next 1 or 2 candles, it might go short. It needs a drop under 200. Oh, hell yeah. Good job.
Espionage has been a key contentious point. The Chinese have literally an army, devoted to doing nothing but disrupting corporations and, of course, so many other public infrastructure. I mean, if there was to be true hostilities between our countries, it's unclear exactly what the Chinese would be capable of.
but I think the president can say, look, you cut this out or you're done.
You know how many presidents have said that to them? I mean, I'm not saying that it's different. It might be different now, but
Also, President's theme has not been about decoupling at all. It's been about rebalancing their flood of goods going out into the world.
This is not the Graham Allison scenario. It's not about Taiwan. But I do say that when I read that, my first thought was,
Come on, pump again so I can short. Come on.
we're better. Bring in partner again with CrowdStrike or something. This is embarrassing.
Some reports today, too, that the company knew about the security liability at SharePoint and didn't patch it in time. Yeah, still learning more. Google is going into the print up 10 straight. That's the longest
Is that because early?
record in a lot of chatter about approaching a golden cross.
Well, look,
Don't forget his payout on his trade day. That'd be cool.
I read the Justice Department brief, then I read the federal court brief, and I felt that they could be in trouble. The worst thing that would happen is that you get some YouTube, and you would get some different, you get search. You basically were going to get a lot of good stuff. When Gemini, they broke it up.
Yeah. So YouTube alone. Knows what that's worth. So I thought that $500–600 billion stock back to flat on the year. I was thinking, what's that?
What are you thinking?
It might go short soon.
What am I thinking? I don't know, Fed Chair. I'm more interested in what you're thinking. I am not going to be the Fed Chair. You can say that now. All right.
How about the bank stated?
No, how about
Nice.
Well, actually, yeah. Speaking of, how about Bank of New York?
He still didn't pass yet. So you gotta pass, then get to payout. And I dropped, so I don't think I want to long. Shit, I might. There you go. Bot just went short.
Shares in money markets in an effective way. This goes to sort of the whole
Yeah, bot just went short at 197. Damn, bot ate that good one. I'm gonna drop quick long. Oh shit.
Order submitted.
Okay, come on. Get me out. Get me out. Keep going. Yeah, bot short at 197 now. Yeah. Oh, damn. All the screens are... make sure its consistency is correct, though. Okay. Awesome.
$12 trillion is a lot. It's a lot of money. In fact, even these days, it's a lot of money.
Yeah. He's on this game today. Yesterday it was JP Morgan
Let me check out my Google
Plus. Now we got this.
I think that one of the things that I think any of these guys would say is what the customers want. It's very funny because everyone says the customers want it, but when I had Michael Reback on, who's the CEO of MasterCard, he didn't think there was any real demand for it. I mean, people want to trade. I think people want to own some as a hedge against the $37, $8 trillion. They want to own a thing. They want to own it for their kids.
Get me out.
You know who else feels that way?
There you go.
Order filled.
Filled. I don't want that yet. My kids, I'm worried about my kids. Worried about kids. They're being trouble.
We all do. We all do. So many different ways.
That's good.
I think maybe that's the thing to do. How do you buy your Bitcoin? Do you buy it from an ETF or do you want to own it directly?
Yeah, we're allowed to own that.
But then you got to get an air gap. You can't allow it so because people can, somehow can hack you.
I like fidelity as a way, but that doesn't mean there are other ways. But I buy a lot. It's not very worried about it.
And you think that if there were a financial crisis, Bitcoin would hold up?
Yes,
that it is.
Yes, I
will say for risk.
Oh, I got out too early. Seeing it.
No, I think it's
I'm gonna short. That was long at 78. But I got out. I think I might short with the bot. What did bot short at? 97?
But I'm just very worried about my kids. And my kids are like, what are we going to do? We're going to do like a debt
I'll short at
Order
97.
submitted.
take down that 11% rate. What are they going to do? Okay, yes, we're going to grow our way out of it. Everything's perfect. But if you're really serious about it, would you have given rich people a big tax break that we got?
Order filled.
They failed.
No, I mean, AT&T is going to save $8 billion. Now, that said, they're going to put a lot of it
Order
back in
submitted. Order filled.
to the business once they build out, so it's conceivably going to create jobs.
But I still think you have to be hedged against what, not necessarily what President Trump did, but everybody's done. I mean, it's everybody. President Biden did.
Right. If the OMB is right, this thing's going to create enormous deficits, and we're going to be having a debate about the stability of the finances of the U.S. government.
Of course it's gonna pump.
The alternative, then it's like, well, we're the reserve
Yeah, and I went short at 97, trying to match with the bot.
Hedge. Speaking of hedging, watch bonds today. Little upward pressure on the yield curve.
Bot is short. I'm gonna short every pump. Do some other accounts.
Since 2011, as we watch the Japanese market, we got the 20-year of our own today, and mortgage apps were basically flat, but the 30-year fixed at a 4-week high. Stay with us.
I need to work on my Apex though. Three minutes still got room for downside. 15 minutes still got room.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global fixed income.
Jablonski Auto Body. What'd she call her? Oh, yeah, she sold the
Order filled.
I got out in one of them.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
The first day back from maternity
Order
leave
submitted.
is so weird. We get it. Find a caregiver who does too. Join now for 20% off care.com.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this week deal?
Order filled.
Filled. Or is this a little more your style?
Order filled.
With a guarantee, it's a goal.
Your son is like, I think he's 1,000 ahead of me now. I gotta catch up.
Order submitted.
Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility.
Oh, I gotta hurry up because we only have 7 days left, I think.
Indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
When did we start this?
Bigger investments, disciplined approach will help see you through the market.
Oh, my short just pay.
Give you the confidence
Yeah, I gotta see now. I gotta hurry up.
and our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit.
That's a good short.
213-5317.
That was a good short.
If your dream retirement is on track.
Order submitted.
So when did we start this? Did it tell you on the website?
1-800-213-5317.
Order filled.
And that put back up.
77 cash now to get a $100 gift card for a free quote.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro. I chose the time and it did all of the work of finding and scheduling the candidates for me. I just picked my top choices and talked to great people the very next day. The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring 4 in a week. Zip Intro.
Oh, damn. So
Talk to
I
qualified
need to
candidates
finish it soon.
free only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Yeah. So July 1st, July 1st, July 2nd.
Order filled.
Yeah, so I gotta size up now. Either blow it or get closer. Yeah, I can't take my time anymore. I need to make 900 today, then make another 900. That's good. Pass.
We'll keep an eye
Order
on this
submitted.
open today, as we said, has a note about short interest. Stop trading with Jim's coming up next. Dow's up 140. ServiceNow connects every corner of your business, putting AI to work for people. Every corner? Every corner, Nick. So, Kate in HR, okay, focus on the people, not process. Actually, in IT is using AI agents to deal with the small stuff so she can work with big
That's the thing we're gonna drop.
Jim solve customer problems before their problems.
Oh, so we all work better together.
My work here is done.
Excuse me, which way back?
What's all these points you get from Trade Day? I got all this email, I got 45 points. Sweet. In case you can use points to buy stuff. I'm shorting a lot of pumps right now
Human expertise.
on my eval. I haven't touched the funded yet. Need to.
With confidence and efficiency. And protect what matters most.
Yeah, YouTube.
Trust CrowdStrike. Order submitted.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030,
30% now on Google put. Hell yeah.
cost-effective, non-surgical options. Now advancing phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
Ambition is a fuel and a fire. They call me the judge
It's
for a
just
reason.
a
I'm
gamble.
supposed to make people squirm. Get away from talking your book and tell me the real
Yeah,
story.
don't
We're
do it.
talking
You
about
lose a lot.
people's money. I feel the weight of that, the responsibility, and I love it.
Yo, Double D, what's cracking? Need your help, Snoop. I'm really sick, and I can't give up free chicken fingers on National Chicken Finger Day. I got you. Yo, happy National Chicken Finger Day. Girl, hooking y'all up with an extra chicken finger in your box telephone on July 27th. You heard? Don't forget the candle too.
There we go.
Making the perfect combo
Order
with the
submitted.
my lady sound isn't a crime. Streaming now. Happy National Chicken Finger Day to all, and to all a good bite. One love.
Sarah Benzino. Brandon
Connection lost.
Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
She called Harper?
Oh, you mean
Order
Jablonski
submitted.
LLC.
We actually sold the twins navy blue.
You know, like they
Need to pump more so I can short again. I want to see 110 trader. 110 would be nice. Yeah.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you.
I don't know. He's just saying, oh, NQ. He said 110 NQ. To go long.
I really like to do it. Boston Scientific, another great quarter. Mike Mahoney quietly puts up fantastic number.
I'm just shorting every pump. Just match the bot.
So unheralded. And this again is the broadening out. I know that we can worry about 2008.
Whoa. Whoa.
Order canceled.
Yes, well, keep an eye on. I mean, the equal weight versus the S&P has not been doing very well on a relative basis.
I know. I mean, look at the Russell, not so great, but I just find this rolling bull market. I mean, yesterday was Campbell's soup in general.
Let's see what the next I had 155 to 119. long at 23,085 maybe.
Teaser rates.
Okay.
And then I'm going to give interviews to various people and kind of, I might do it off the record.
Yo, shots out my Google Puts now is at 40%. I wish I loaded up more. $30, that's a $60 profit for 2.
Definitively? I'm not sure about
Yeah,
that.
yeah. No, it's not. No, it's not prop firm or
And
anything.
remember, she's a lot of China, but you don't see a lot of cranes. There are not a lot of cranes in this country. And let's see what that's about. Yes, don't worry.
It's weird. The last 2 days been trending down.
Jim, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Existing homes.
Oh, it's Trump. I guess Trump tweeted something. Yeah. Oh, we have home sales in 2 minutes. Yeah.
So that's a slot. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they? Oh, interns.
We're interns.
See you tomorrow.
At public, the
Maybe
high
pump.
cash account
We
is a
don't.
no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
Order canceled.
We just signed the lease on our third shop.
Order
Latest
submitted.
system into customink.com
Order
to get new
canceled.
uniforms with all the locations. He found great products.
Order
uploaded
submitted.
and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
Out here, there's always plenty of loyal followers. And whether it's your first new chicks or a farm full, we got all the supplies and
I mean, the bot got, what, 40 points on it.
Welcome to Tractor Supply and to life out here.
Age-related memory decline? Meet new QNOL Brain Health, the first and only
Not gonna
tablet to
fade the
provide
bot.
2
I'm not fading the bot. I will short every pump. I'm not gonna long.
focus, attention, and more. Trust QNOL for more comprehensive support.
Left.
Yeah, news in 1 minute.
Sometimes it's hard to make
I hope it pops. I can short.
Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you might be right. Shit, I'm not gonna long. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna long. Late. Long at 68. Yeah. We don't. It's eval. I don't care.
What are you doing up there? I'm just posting the number of posts. It's become the go-to home shopping site. Got another 14,000.
This is for the data news.
17,891. Just send me some comments.
Order canceled.
Come on, I need a pump
Order
on
submitted.
news.
The place to find a place.
Damn, bot got 50 points.
Came out at about 5:10 a.m. this morning. Chevron was successful in its mediation. And again, this is all over the Staybrook Field in
Oh.
Guyana. A very successful This is a decision that's pretty big news for the market. And the
Well, my sizing
it
wasn't
means that
big,
test
so I hope you didn't
acquisition by
sigh
Chevron can go
too
through.
much.
The deal looks better today at any price assumption than it did
You good now?
into the deal 2 years ago.
See? See? You gotta gamble, dude. I'm still in. 'Cause I'm still red. It's 60. I'm in a 68. Yeah. No. I don't play. Oh, all the squeeze is almost gone. We might go back up. Oh. We got. Yeah, I already got out. We got only one squeeze left. I don't think that's gonna hit anytime soon. We dump again. Long. I'm gonna put a long at 57. Yeah.
The 10-year 4.37, so nothing dramatic. 2-year well elevated at
Yeah.
3.8. Coming up on today's show, we're getting you set for one
day of earnings season, with reports this afternoon, as mentioned, from Alphabet, Tesla, IBM.
See, the 15 minutes got more downside, but the 3 minutes is near oversold.
Teaming up with oil and natural gas firm Liberty Energy on a new partnership to power large-scale projects like data centers. The CEOs of both of those companies will join us this hour to discuss.
Let's get some existing homes this morning with our Diana Olick. Morning, Diana.
Good morning, Carl. Existing home sales in June dropped 2.7% month to
Home
month to a
sales is
seasonally adjusted
bad.
annualized rate of 3.93 million units. That's a miss. The street was looking for essentially flat sales, unchanged year over year. Now, this report is based on closings, so contracts likely signed in April and May.
Order
The
canceled.
average on the 30-year fix jumped over 7% a few times and never really went below 6.8. Now, on supply, there were 1.53 million units for sale at the end of
I want to get up to 200 so I can reshort. Because I don't like doing long against the bot.
supply at the current sales pace. 6 months is considered balanced.
Nah, it's near oversold, Doc. It hasn't hit yet.
Sold in June was $435,300, up 2% year over year, and another record high for the month of June. That is the 24th consecutive month of annual increases. Houses are spending longer on the market, an average 27 days compared with 22 last June. First-time buyers at 30%. Historically, they're at 40%, and all cash still elevated at 29% of sales. Sales are strongest on the higher end of the market. That's a change from the spring when the high end was hit by stock market volatility. And just one more thing, Sarah. The chief economist, Lawrence Yun, on the conference call just
What,
answered
Elon
a
said that?
question about that potential cut in capital gains on home sales that the president suggested yesterday. He said their calculations show that that would affect 15% of current homeowners and largely on the very highest end of the market, Sarah.
Yeah, but I don't think ads is going to be good. I don't think advertising is good, so I'm going to keep my puts in a gamble.
In Washington, the U.S.-Japan trade deal. And just to put it all in perspective, Japan is one of our biggest trading partners. In terms of the size of trade deficits, which the president likes to view the world through, it's number 7, just behind Taiwan. Of course, biggest trade deficit is with China, Mexico, Vietnam is in there.
He still blocked me.
A lot of our drugs from there, but Japan is right behind Taiwan. There's more than $60 billion trade deficit in 2024. And guess what? A lot of that is
short.
autos. They ship a lot of autos into the U.S. And this is something the president has complained about, that it's not a two-way street. But look at, here's it's almost 80%. I mean, it's more than 70% of the trade deficit is made up of autos, which is why this was such a key component of this deal. So what do we know so far about the deal? 15% tariff rate instead of 30 threatened. The auto rate was also lowered to 15%, them shipping autos into the
Oh
U.S.
shit,
So
my
we
law
collect
might
the
hit
tariff,
at
but it's not as bad for them as
57.
originally thought. You know, some other go down to 15%. We got more into the
Yeah, it hit.
tariffs, and we're talking about agriculture, like rice. We're talking about Boeing planes, reportedly, as well. 100 Boeing planes, hiking defense spending as well. But the centerpiece of this deal, which is sort of interesting to talk about, because we haven't seen this in some of the other
I
trade
need
deals,
one more
is the
thousand to pass it.
$150
Take profit eval.
investment vehicle.
Order
It's
submitted.
short on details. Don't know where that money is going to come from necessarily, or where it's going to go. It's an interesting way to get to the president's priority of bringing capital and investment into the United States. Maybe Japan will help fund a data center, for instance.
Yeah, what does that mean?
We don't know exactly. I mean, they haven't spelled it out. But I think one of the instances I read about in some of the reporting of this would be Japanese companies would help to fund a data center company, profits primarily in the U.S., but Japanese companies.
I can think of a Japanese company.
Give us 90% of the profits.
I mean, I can think of a Japanese company that's already funding a lot of data centers here. Of course, SoftBank. I mean, 30 billion OpenAI alone. I want to hear more about this. And, I mean, the president basically wants to structure these things, and then we get the carrot on the.
Like a sovereign wealth fund.
He did say this morning that he's willing to give up some tariff points for opening up markets.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
Frustration with getting U.S. cars into the Japanese market. Although this morning, one of the American Automotive Policy Council represents GM and Stellantis. Any deal that charges a lower tariff for Japanese imports with virtually no U.S. content than the tariff imposed on North American-built vehicles with high U.S. content is a bad deal for U.S. industry. So it's the one bit of pushback we've gotten on this deal so far this morning.
But one of the keys on the autos, and we heard this from Taknanami of Centauri yesterday, and it seems like that they were able to reach a deal here, is that they would have the rules would be lightened for U.S. autos going into Japan. Same safety standards and same standards, for instance, as Japanese cars sold in the Japanese market. This is something U.S. presidents have been complaining
Yeah,
about.
it's not like a flush. Maybe. Yeah, it's at over, so not yet. It's still got room for a little bit more down before we hit the oversold.
GM or Ford.
Chinese cars either over in Japan.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
right, trickier.
I need to touch my funded. I got too many evals.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see the Japanese automakers in the session overnight?
Yeah. We've just been showing some of them. Yeah. Which is a real concern for the weakness that would be given, as you just pointed out, how important
I'm gonna try to long.
this market is for them.
Order filled. Order submitted.
I'm doing 1 NQ on my ETF. Trying to get this payout. I only have a month, so I can't play MNQ on this. Gotta do NQ only. How much you need for the 100K fast track? You need to make 3,000, right?
Tesla reporting results. Joining us now is
Oh, fuck.
Order filled. Mark's portfolio manager. Alphabet is amongst the top holdings.
And what's the consistency? 40%?
Order filled.
I notice as well, sort of what differentiates your portfolio a bit is you have a big ownership.
Okay.
Order submitted.
Capital One, which reported numbers.
Wait, how much? You said
Stock is up. I'm just curious, sort of, Michael,
Order
what you see in
canceled.
that company and why you're, why it's a significant allocation for your.
Order
for your
submitted.
Yeah, we've owned Capital One for quite some time, and I think I talked about the same idea maybe last year on the show, but we thought the acquisition with Discover was going to be very beneficial to them. We thought pro forma for some of the synergies.
so, like 200, 900 only, right? Holy shit! I didn't know I was short this whole time. I made $300 on my tick. I just saw the order fill. This is what happened when you fucking have too many accounts. Oh yeah, I just need I need 150 more. I forgot I had a short at 2010.
Just a handful of very scaled competitors that can compete in the card market. It is a good market that if you have the scale, can earn pretty healthy returns.
I need to, but man, that's $100. Is that $50 a month? I'm cheap. Yeah.
10 straight sessions and clawed its way back to even on the year has the stock. And one of the main concerns out there, I think it continues, is simply they're losing their monopoly, so-called, in search. How many people now, when they're searching, so to speak, go to OpenAI or one of the other LLMs? Is that not a concern to you?
No, it absolutely is a concern to us. I think a couple of years ago, most people would have been hard-pressed to come up with the disruptive threat to search. And today, I don't think that's the case. With artificial intelligence and maybe ChatGPT in particular, our view is the range of outcomes around Alphabet's search business has widened. We typically respond to scenarios like that by increasing our discount rate or reducing our estimated business value for that segment. But it's important to remember that Alphabet has been investing in AI for a long time, has a lot of resources.
Are you long?
There. And frankly, it's more than just search. I heard you guys talking a little bit
Oh,
about
dang.
earlier segment.
We got this. Is this it's towards overbought? I mean oversold, so it's gonna a little bounce for us soon. And 15 minutes is near the bottom, but not yet. So I might just chop.
So we think these other assets account for a pretty healthy chunk of
Man, my Google puts went down to 30%. From 40, that sucks.
Search business. So the stock has held in there quite well this year. It's performing well fundamentally still, but the gap to intrinsic value has narrowed for us.
Yeah. I mean, some of the parts become important here. Obviously, we continue to monitor the cases of the U.S. government versus Google and what the outcome is going to be in terms of any ultimate decisions there. Is that a concern or is that an opportunity in some way?
Yeah, we've always approached our analysis of Google and of some of the parts, and I think you have to. There's so many businesses under the hood, some of which are not earning or
I'm
underlying.
long.
If you were to just take the earnings
on my
on
ETF.
the face of the income statement and slap a multiple on it,
Order
you'd be
submitted.
valuing
Yeah.
some of these businesses at a negative that we thought had very positive value. So
I am.
we've always thought about it piece by piece.
I have to hurry up with this ETF. That's why. Yeah.
Order filled.
So I'm just gonna gamble those. Not gamble, but play more aggressive on it. So one account's up 180 and one account's up $30. I need to get 200 times. So I need 3,000. So I need at least $300 a day for 10 days. Should be good. Is that? Oh, so you need to make over 3,000. My bad. Yeah, that sucks.
Finding opportunities. Now you look at the S&P today, and there are some risks. You've got concentration risk,
Order
which you all have
submitted.
covered quite well. Of course, there's
Like
valuation
an
risk
draw.
at 23 times earnings, and you have style risk with growth outperforming value.
Order submitted.
Over the last decade. That might make me sound bearish, but we're really not. We still think
Yeah.
the valuation dispersion beneath the
What's the minimum I can request? 1,000, right?
an attractive environment for value investors like us. And we think we put together a really attractive portfolio at a fraction of a market multiple and with less risk.
If I can make any payout, that'd be enough to pay for the subscription for next month. Yeah.
All right, we'll leave it there for today, Michael. Thank you.
Here's our roadmap for you for the rest of the hour. Nuclear energy teams up with fossil fuels. We'll talk to the CEOs of Oklo and
Yeah, I need
Liberty
a pump.
Energy about their new
I'm long at
partnership to
58 on
power data
ETF.
centers.
Plus, the CEO of KeyCorp, just out with earnings, is that
Yeah,
bank we're going
one
to
and two though.
consumer bank regulation, a lot more.
And getting constructive on home builders. We'll talk about the surprise strength on names like Horton and Pulte this week as we just got that existing home print. Pulte coming into sector, actually coming off the best day since 22. Big show still ahead as Squawk on the Street continues.
$100? Okay, that's good. So I can make.
Not spreadsheets. You need to hire. Indeed. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a
Yeah.
show on Indeed, you can find it.
So if I'm up 500, if I get like 3,500, just take 500 out, and then if that's enough to pay, and then milk it the next one. Yeah, you're right.
So we focus on the kids.
We make it easy
I need to post that information on the ETF channel.
Guarantee at customink.com. Order
Oh,
filled.
there we go. Hell yeah, come on. I'm at 180, 136. Let's just run it up. Oh wait, but is there a consistency though? There is, right? A 40%, right? I gotta look this up.
Becky, I think they're asking which is more important for me to do.
Oh,
How much influence.
okay. So it is really tricky.
What the Fed needs is less groupthink. You get some in your email box or something. I just thought about it.
After the president, Joe, you'll be my second poll.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's true. To protect themselves.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded.
Yeah.
Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer. Like me. Now I have.
Did you get out, Gambit?
Glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye
Nice.
makeup goes with this lipstick?
I'd suggest a classic cat eye.
Wow. Setting the bar high for daycare.
I know. Long is good so far. Yeah, Sam.
I played different.
You're the greatest defense ever played. When it becomes a lifestyle.
Oh, what a pump.
The Spider Regional Bank ETF trying for its fifth positive week in six, boosted by a slew of regionals reporting results this week, including KeyCorp reporting a clean quarter, raising its net interest income growth outlook up to 22%. Joining us now is KeyCorp CEO Chris Gorman. Chris, it's good to have you. Welcome back. It feels like a pretty strong operating environment for your bank and others. Is that right?
It is. Yeah, it is. We have a lot of tailwinds from an NII perspective, and our interactions with our clients are also favorable. I'm pretty bullish as we look forward.
What are you seeing in terms of client activity, both corporates and individual, personal?
So let me start with the consumer. Our consumer is in great shape. They're spending money in the same manner.
Hey, is ETF the 100 fast track? Is that end of day or is it trailing drawdown?
Is the wealth effect.
Intraday. Okay.
15 years, there's been about $100 trillion of wealth created. And so I think when people look at things
Yeah,
like
so I
the
need to just take
unemployment
profit. I
rate,
can't
people
hold
look
on
at
to
things
it.
like, the labor participation rate, the unemployment rate, I think it misses this wealth effect, which obviously is a significant amount
Okay,
of our
I
economy.
posted a stuff in there, so I would know.
So the consumer's in great shape. On the commercial side, it's interesting. As you talk to all of our customers, and I'm out with our customers all the time, they'll always tell you about all the concerns out there that you are very familiar with, but then they'll say they feel pretty good about their business. And so I find a little bit of I'd say they're cautiously optimistic.
Give me one more dump so I can move on. One more dump.
Customers, about 850 of them.
We're at the oversold area now, so we might hit lower day already. On the 3 minutes, at least it's towards the oversold, so we might bounce.
30% of our customers are impacted by tariffs. Yet only about 3% are impacted in a significant way. So I think there's pretty good momentum actually in the economy. And this bonus depreciation for closely held businesses, for private businesses, I think is going to be a big boost to CapEx in the back half of the year.
Well, that's a very positive, optimistic outlook. What do you think happens to rates? I know you raised net interest income guidance.
I gotta go pee real quick. I'll be back.
Where do you think rates go?
Oh, they're not long when I go pee.
I think the forwards have a couple cuts, and then we've run all of our models based on a couple cuts. I would be surprised if we get a couple cuts this year. I think the economy has a fair amount of momentum actually.
So Fed may not cut this year. That would really not make the president happy.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility on both cuts.
Interesting. You also have the fee growth was good from investment banking. Curious the sort of sustainability and outlook on that front, and how big of a part of your business it is right now.
So our investment banking business is about 10% of our revenue. So for a bank, a regional bank, it's a very significant piece. The last quarter was interesting because we had our second quarter that we've ever had.
I need to touch my apex. Let's go.
Let
me see where should I long on apex. What is lower day? 42. Let's long at 45.
The backlogs are
Order submitted.
Coming into the quarter.
Yeah, we're gonna fade a bot.
It's a lot of M&A activity, which for us is really important. And I think you'll see a bit of that in the back half of the year. The other thing that's happening in the marketplace, we have a very good real estate.
Yeah, you sounded good.
Order submitted.
The bid ask is starting to narrow, and I think you'll see more transactional activity in real estate as well.
But speaking of M&A, there's been a little bit more
Order
murmurs about
submitted.
possible bank consolidation. I look at a 5-year chart of your stock. Obviously, you're well off those lows we saw in 23 as there was a lot of concern around commercial real estate, but you're still not near the highs the stock saw, at least back in early 22. Do you see yourself participating at all if there was a wave of bank consolidation, either as a buyer or a seller?
We're not really focused on depositories at this point, David. We've got a great opportunity for organic.
Come on, give me that dump. I can't short this low. Well, it's actually not even that low because only negative 0.2%.
Investing a lot in people and technology. I do think we're on the front end of some consolidation in the banking industry. But that's not a huge area of focus for us, just because I think we've got some pretty good organic opportunities right in front of us.
Chris, obviously a lot of enthusiasm around this sort of deregulatory period on financials in general, but do you get the sense that the industry is going to feel free to step on the gas on fees when there's been some discussion in the sell side just about on where fee
I
trajectories
don't
are
want
right
to short.
Yeah, I actually think that I think it will continue to accelerate, and I do think the regulatory environment will be helpful, not necessarily just around banking, but just the opportunity around, I think, faster turnaround on mergers and merger approvals. I do think I think dereg is a big thing for the economy, and I also think obviously it's a big thing for our industry. I think it'll be helpful.
All right, so where are you on crypto? Yesterday on the show, PNC announced that they're going to have a partnership with Coinbase. Schwab was on the show talking about how they're going to launch a Coinbase competitor. Now that we have some regulation here around stablecoin and crypto, how are you feeling about
I do gotta trade my trade. Change it up. Let's go. Trade day time.
It's early, but I think it has a lot
No more MNQ. I'll play NQ on trade day. You gotta blow it or pass. Yeah. I have to. Time's running out. Well, we got 7 days left? Yeah, we only got 7 days left. I got to finish this shit.
That's not really
Too many counts when you don't copy trade, you lose track.
Next is as a store of value. Clearly, to the extent, Sarah, that our clients want it and they want to hold it in their wallet.
Yeah, when you copy trade, you get wrecked.
So we'll be sure to do that. Then there's the sort of discussion around, is it going to cannibalize deposits at banks? I actually think that's a fair, I think it's a threat.
I have a bunch long at 145, a bit long.
The industry will respond. I mean, whether it's with tokenized deposits, which I think you'll see banks like Key do, and you may well see, I don't envision Key issuing a coin per se, but I could see us as part of a consortium.
Are you on a ninja competition?
Banks that issues a coin. And then I think the two best
good luck, man. I can't keep doing it because I can't focus on that and trade all these other accounts. I stopped joining those.
Approach of all these correspondent banks, it takes a long time. There's a lot of friction. I think stable coins could be a really good solution for our clients. It could be faster, cheaper, better. And then last is just programmable payments, which every bank needs to do, whether it's escrows or other programmable payments.
Did you get paid?
Particularly on those last two applications, I'm
Not
pretty
yet.
enthusiastic about it.
Yeah, sounds like you're thinking a lot about it. Looks like
We are.
the future of banking. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate it. It's really good to talk to you. Chris Gorman, CEO of Keeper.
Meantime, Texas Instruments on pace for the worst day in several years, sitting at the bottom of the S&P today. We'll talk about why after the break. Later on, the CEOs of Oklahoma and Liberty Energy fresh off this new partnership to help address the country's ballooning energy needs.
Oh, it doesn't work?
No application fee if you apply by September 3rd at University of Maryland Global Campus, an accredited university that has transformed adult lives for more than 75 years. You're not waiting to win. You're ready to succeed again at umgc.edu.
PXG is proud of our nation's heroes, like past and present military, law enforcement,
Yeah.
firefighters, EMTs,
Oh, damn, I think
teachers. And it's no secret we give special pricing to
I might go long. Looks like it's trying to curve up. Hold on. Is the dump over?
Special heroes pricing on select.
Submitted.
You've never played like this before.
Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place. And
I went long.
How easy is
Order
that?
submitted.
76. Oh, fuck. I'm an Apex too. Come on, give me a pump.
When you sponsor a job,
No, I went long.
It's easier for candidates to find it,
Yeah.
which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
When you're actively trading, the fees really start to
Order
add
filled.
How much more do I need? I need $20 more.
rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. It's a simple way to help me keep more of what I earn.
I want a long towards low a day, Hunter.
My coffee shop.
But looks like it's oversold and it's moving on up.
For the team, it was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
Age-related memory decline? Meet new Qunol Brain
Yeah.
Health, the first and only tablet to combine 2 high-absorption ingredients, clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Trust Qunol for more comprehensive brain health support.
It can be hard when the ones who care for you need care. So whether
I haven't touched my bone dogs. I haven't touched a lot of shit.
or in the senior living community, the newcare.com makes it easier to find the right fit. Join now for 20% off.
Let me see when this take profit evals expire.
Understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for
Alright, so it's expire August 4th is the renews. I got time on those. So trade day and take profit I need to focus on first. I need to stop buying evals.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. About 30 minutes into the hour. Here are 3 big movers we're watching today. Results out of
Later, buddy.
Texas Instruments hitting the rest of the 70s after the chipmaker gave weak guidance. Executives laying on the call that customers remain cautious, especially in the U.S. GE Vernova leading the S&P
Too
after
choppy
raising
right now.
guidance and beating estimates thanks to some strength in their power and electrification businesses. And fintech player Fiserv is heading lower after a cut to its organic revenue guide. Company also announcing plans to acquire part of TD Bank's merchant processions business in Canada.
All right, let's get a CNBC News update. Silvana now has the floor. Silvana.
David, good morning. A sentencing hearing for the man accused of brutally stabbing 4 college students in their home near the University of Idaho in 2022 will begin soon. Brian Koberger
Alright, so
admitted
3 minute has a
to
bear
earlier
squeeze.
this month as part of a
It just
deal
popped up,
to
so maybe
avoid
it'll
the
drop
death
a little
penalty.
bit.
The victims' families and others will be able to provide impact statements today.
Yeah,
in
I have a
hearing
look.
that is expected to last
Oh, you
most
passed
of the day.
on your
The
eval?
military says its forces accidentally hit Gaza's only Catholic church last week in a strike that killed 3 people and injured 9 others. The attack drew international condemnation, including from the Vatican, and prompted President Trump to call for an investigation. Israel's military said the strike was a misfire. And Tom Hayes, the first trader ever jailed for interest rate rigging, saw his conviction overturned today by the UK Supreme Court. The judges said the jury in his trial was misdirected, so his conviction could not stand. A jury found him guilty in 2015 on 8 counts of conspiracy to defraud over accusations he manipulated the now defunct benchmark interest rate, LIBOR. Sarah, I'll send it back to you.
Any data coming out in 9 seconds? Some kind of event. Oh, oil. Yeah.
Able to avoid tariff costs because it reshored manufacturing back in 2012. Tied to AI data centers just keeps on growing. We'll talk to the CEOs of Oklo and Liberty Energy about a new partnership for large-scale
Oh, that squeeze is the bear squeeze is gone.
just
So looks like we're going up now.
Smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte
Yeah,
AI.
if Buck go long, I'll go long. Let me see. Yeah, I don't think it will. Nope.
Human expertise. Charlotte AI gets smarter. Your business stays safe.
But it did. I'm gonna go long myself.
Confidence and efficiency. Protect what matters most.
Yeah, on it did. Maybe 70. I don't know.
CrowdStrike. Stop breaches.
So I'll jump on that trend right. That's not how investing works. Wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
AG1,
Made it two.
our
I
customers
just need
deserve the best,
2
and
more
the best
hundreds so I
just
can get
got
this
much
freaking
better. AG1 Next Gen
picture
has
points.
launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Drop it, baby.
Cable is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you order build.
Oh shit, my
Advanced
thing went
matching
long
helps
on
find
the tick
talented
tick.
candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit
Order filled. Order
Oh
submitted.
no. Okay, I'm long.
Order
Okay,
filled.
got out. Got out. on Apex, but I'm still long on the tick tick for now.
It's something. Whether it's a raised garden bed, acres of land, something for your animals.
Apex. I need $15 more. I got this.
Happy to share. We'll know.
Yeah, I'm just playing the bounce.
Order submitted.
Decline? Meet new Cuno Brain Health, the first and only tablet to combine 2 high absorption ingredients, clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Trust Cuno for more comprehensive brain health support.
Discover your new Hyundai right now at Hiley Hyundai of Burleson. Come lease a 2025 Hyundai Elantra for $187 per month for 24 months. Or check out the 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Lease for $201 per month for 24 months. Or lease a 2025 Hyundai Tucson Hybrid for $336 per month for 36 months. And experience America's best warranty with Hyundai Owner Assurance. Visit Hiley Hyundai of Burleson today.
Order canceled.
Everybody's loving that
I
grub.
gotta
Deal
do
with
3
fun.
AQ on this 150 eval. Can't be
Amazon
taking my
Prime
time.
member, you can get $0
Not much
delivery
time on
fees.
this.
Order submitted.
Eligible orders only. Terms and additional fees apply. Applebee's 2 for $25.
Yeah,
One
on the
appetizer and 2
150
entrees
take
like the
profit.
lemon chicken, parmesan, fettuccine.
Choose one appetizer and 2 entrees. Applebee's iconic 2 for $25.
Sorry, were we in that truck? Nuclear startup Oklo and natural gas firm Liberty Energy today announcing a partnership to provide energy to large-scale customers. The company is setting their sights on powering data centers as AI energy demand keeps ramping up. Joining us to discuss the new alliance is Oklo CEO
Check it
Jacob
out.
DeWitt and Liberty CEO Ron Gusick. It's great to have you,
180.
gentlemen. Jake, we've talked to you numerous times on this show about how you are trying to transition the world into a nuclear-powered future. How are you doing that now with the help of Liberty and the traditional gas company?
Yeah, well, it's great to be back. Thank you for having
My alarm got hit. Yeah.
I mean, that's really like
Order
it's a pretty
submitted.
exciting thing for us. You know, the partnership with Liberty goes back quite a bit, and we see a lot of opportunity in terms of.
Yeah, data time for them look good, but I have a couple more, a lot more lower. We hit 45. My shit's gonna go long.
Bridging solution to nuclear, and then playing a very complementary role going forward. And with Liberty's experience set and what they already do, being able to transition that into this space to bring a near-term power solution for data center providers that then can ramp forward and bridge into new nuclear builds that we can offer. It's a huge combination, like a huge sort of offering that makes it easier for customers to get power and in a portfolio mix
Yeah,
that they really
but I'm not making much today.
So why
It's evals. Shit. Oh, come on, don't drop.
data centers?
Good morning. Certainly that is the case. We can make that immediate step with natural gas fired infrastructure today. But this allows our customers on the data center side or elsewhere a path towards a more comprehensive solution, a lower carbon intensive power generation mix.
There we go. That was a good long. I got $200 in that one.
On top of that. So provides us that speed
That
to
was
market
the
opportunity, provides us that long-term
Elite.
path to the outlook that they would like to see, and ultimately some real flexibility in how we
That
think
was the
about
ETF one, so I need to. I'm trying to make $300-400 a day.
when we have grid
Get the
availability as
payout.
a piece
It's only cost me $26, dude. With YOLO pass and a free 1 month activation that 100 fast track on Elite Trader. The one I keep telling you to get it, the YOLO.
alongside the flexibility of natural gas. We
And
know
I make payouts $2 grand for $26. That's good risk.
relatively quickly, and so there's that opportunity to take advantage of,
Oh, yeah.
for example, maybe some low.
You made 500, nice.
There's abundant.
Yeah, you should log off.
To the extent that the prices on the grid maybe aren't so.
So that's all you have? Just those two?
Alongside the
I just saw your thing. That's all you have? Just those two accounts?
very good portfolio as a path
So you
forward
gotta
for
flip how many more days?
users that are looking for power today.
3? Oh, that's a long time. Grab another eval. It's a grab another eval.
With the oil and gas industry at this point.
Try to. I was gonna tell you, try to trade it, but that's 7 days of eval. And only 30% consistency. So I don't know, you might like that or not.
Spent a lot of time with them. They got pretty excited about what we were doing and made a strategic investment in us at the time. seeing the path ultimately for opportunities
Yeah, but
like
by
this,
the
where they
time
can
you
bring the things
get
that they bring
another
to bear
one,
with
it's
respect to
gone
their
to
expertise and
sell.
experience on sort of field operations.
In a month, the sale's over for sure.
This kind of longer term power play. I think what their experience said is bringing power to sort of the oil and gas field operations really matches well with
Get to
being able
next
to be
week. Yeah, and get to next
pretty
week.
turnkey provider that integrates well with what we're doing for data center providers. And I do think there's interesting templates like this across the oil and gas space. I mean, we're very excited about having a partnership with Diamondback Energy, looking at bringing electricity, basically helping electrify their operations down in the Permian. But there's a lot of opportunities coming forward, like beyond this, as we think about sort of, hey, we need to find creative power solutions, and it's going to look different, right? We can't just, most customers can't just look at the grid as an option. They're having to look at these sort of combined solutions that bring a nuclear, as sort of a baseload long-term solution with the right ramps that gas can bring forward. And then there's a lot of flexibility that offers customers. And
Yeah, I'm still long at 67, and then I also have a long at 76.
Market opportunity to bring power to folks who need it right now, with the long-term sort of sustainability that they have in mind that a nuclear solution offers. So Liberty's expertise here is a fantastic sort of partnership opportunity for us.
Ron, we always like to ask how regulators are thinking. We kind of know what's coming from the federal level and the big tailwind there. But are there elements of regulatory friction at the local level or the state level?
Was it? And you didn't even take a trade?
I think we're having a more pragmatic conversation around energy and the importance of that today. We have maybe had some policy decisions in the past that got us in a bit of a challenged position, but I think there's a recognition that AI is going to be a very, very important part of our world.
Yeah, you do good. It just takes one day, you blow all of it.
Things like that that are relatively energy intensive here in the United States. And I think we're seeing now a recognition amongst policymakers, the regulators, that we have to find a path to enabling the supply of energy that's so important to enabling these industries. So I think we're starting to see a lot of support. You've heard from the administration, really the use of the term that this is our next Manhattan.
So I hit target, $51. I need $7 more, and then I can split tomorrow.
Start to build the infrastructure necessary.
Well, I'm curious. I mean, Jake said, of course, you
My what?
Need it now. What are you seeing on the ground right now, Ron, in terms of needs for data centers, for example, as we watch, Abilene and Louisiana and all of our hyperscalers just building at an enormous pace, not to mention, obviously, OpenAI and all the competitors there. Are you going to be able to meet it near term in terms of the power needs? Or we?
Yeah.
That's a very good question. Of course, as you highlighted, lots
I
of
think
demand
they
there
did
is
really
coming
good.
fast and
Get
furious.
a couple more payouts soon.
A wide variety of states. I think
This month's been good for me though.
And many of our supply chain partners working hard to ramp up capacity to be able to meet that demand. You're hearing the people who are in the space around actually manufacturing the generation capacity, whether that's natural gas recip or turbines, working hard to scale their supply chains and ability to meet that need. We've got
That's really good.
Working hard to get across the finish line and be able to deploy that as a part of the solution. And so I think we've got a lot of great things going for us here, and certainly lots of people working in the right direction. Are we going to get there maybe as fast as we hope? Maybe not quite, but I would never bet against the United States in this.
Well, I think it also helps that your former CEO is now the energy secretary, as was alluded to. And Jake, as we've been talking about with you guys, the federal, the executive orders, the partnerships, it's all building momentum for your company.
Orders can't order bills. Orders submitted.
And what has happened to the timeline to sort of going live with these?
Yeah, I mean,
long at 58
it's
now.
evolving still in an exciting way, but I think one of the things we see is obviously the executive orders help support.
Order filled.
Oh, $2 shy. Fucking commission.
And the other is fuel availability. And so we're taking, sort of advantage of what this opportunity looks like to see how much we can actually push things to the left, right, not to the right. Right now, the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, has made it clear they expect.
Come on, I need $2 and I'm set for a payout. I hate that.
Be a 6-month acceleration alone.
Ah.
Additional permitting accelerations from sort of, what we have to do to site facilities with DOE authorization.
Yeah, Apex.
Are expected to accelerate as well, and that's support for fuel fabrication. And then on fuel procurement, they've opened the door for significant abundant reserves of material that right now it's just a waste asset, including some of this excess
Already got
plutonium
out.
that could be a really useful fuel in reactors like ours that was just going to be thrown away, but could be worth 3 to 4 gigawatts of power capacity going online. So that opens the door to go sooner, faster in terms of scale. So we do expect there to be significant benefits on building more plants sooner. First plant, it's still kind of got some constraints on how fast it can get out.
Big
We
time.
expect 27. But what I think is really exciting
I don't know, is up or down.
That's what really matters. Getting that first plant built is important, but scaling and ramping beyond that is what's really critical.
Yeah, that's
so
a lot too, I think.
about that. But look, it's still evolving, and we still see some benefits and some tailwinds to move this to be faster.
Well, Wall Street's excited about it. Today especially, we're up 10% on Oakland, almost 20% on Liberty. Guys, thank you so much for joining us to discuss the news of the day.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Of all of this, the White House is releasing today its AI.
He's good. He has 20 Apex PA now.
Yep. Good morning,
Yeah.
Carl. The White House releasing its plan. It's a 28-page plan. Just posted it on their website, and officials briefed reporters just over the past half hour on it. Take a look at a couple of the highlights here.
He blew his. He finally blew his TPT.
Partnering with industry to deliver AI export packages. That is, they want American AI.
So I got $400. I need one more $100 on my tick to get my $500 profit target, and then I can act.
American AI can set the standard globally. They want to expedite and modernize data.
The MFU.
It's really focused here on environmental regulations that they feel are in the way of creating those data centers.
I didn't want to take his money.
Regulations hindering AI development.
You know what I mean? If I win, I'll get my own money back. What's the point?
Environmental restrictions that are slowing growth of the industry.
No. He'll get just the 100K. The 100K. What is it? 100K eval that Trade Day gave me to give out to the second winner.
They don't want DEI built in to AI.
Yeah, I wanted and then he messaged me. He said no first because he actually just wanted to do a competition. Then he said, "Oh, he needs the money, buy some shoes." So I said, "Yeah, just take the money." So I gave the 100K to someone else who needs it. I don't use any of the freebies myself. Yeah, 18-year-old. His dad got into trading, addiction time.
We're expecting the president to make a keynote address about all of this in the 5 p.m. hour. So we'll monitor that.
Yeah, a lot of these are reversals from the Biden AI EO. Eamon, is there any let up in the requirements for these AI organizations to submit any kind of safety or security reports?
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. I mean, they just released this 28-page document a couple of minutes ago, so we're going through that now. But it seems, Carl, broadly here.
I need a drop second long.
Sort of left that safety issue in the dust, and it's full throttle ahead in terms of AI development.
Yeah, some pats on the back for open source. We'll get a lot more detail, as you said, Eamon, as we work our way through that document, and we'll hear from the president later on today. Next hour, we'll talk more about the White House's AI plans with the administration's federal chief AI officer. And then after the break, home builder stocks coming off their best day since 22. Some downbeat signals crossing on the housing market today as we got existing homes. We'll talk about that as the industry continues.
I want to do it, dude. Stay away.
It's a rare thing with someone you've been with for so long. So it will surprise you. Discovering each AT's a used platform.
I don't know those people, you know what I mean? Yeah. I know, because a lot of races here, though.
It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth. And that's exactly what I need.
Yeah.
Well,
Cali's expensive.
You've worked for a comfortable retirement.
But Cali is expensive to
Now
live.
you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals.
Yeah.
Have someone on your side to keep you on track. Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make
to success, including the
Nope.
Investor's
You
Guide
need
to
at least 250 or more.
13 retirement blunders.
Because even like my mom's house, oh, my mom's old house is very small. It's like 1,200 square feet. It's what, 80, 90,000, but it's like 900,000 in Cali. Yeah. Come on, I need another drop. Fucking long. Maybe the bottom is in. Yeah, I'm flat. Nope. Yeah, that's a big L. Yeah.
With a once-weekly injection in about 30 seconds. Do not use Bugatti if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. The most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions. I'm hitting fairways with the belt. I'm hitting the road with my number one. Neurologist about Vyvgart and Trulo for self-injection. Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event.
What do you say?
World Insights on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity.
No, I don't know anything about it. Oh yeah. I know you're talking about. Yeah, what about it?
CNBC.com/plus.
Wow.
Home builders racing to roof after beating earnings estimates. The home builder
I don't know
ATL
why people spend so much in those junk.
22. Horton and Pulte both jumping double digits, but earlier this hour we did get existing homes, and we saw a big miss, down 2.7 month on month of the month of June. Joining us here at Post 9 is UBS home builders analyst John.
No, I heard of it a long time ago.
Were you taken? I mean,
Yeah.
we were trying to figure yesterday if this was about incentives working or just people moving on with their lives at these rates. What happened yesterday?
I think it's a few things, right? I think consumer confidence is beginning
Come on, one more dump so I can long.
potential buyers onto the sidelines.
Almost lunchtime for them.
Just as importantly, investor sentiment is starting to improve. And I think that there's a view
Yeah.
that this
I need to make at least $100 before the end of the day.
And I think as we move into 2026, there's growing optimism that the housing
No, I'm not even touching TPT. Let me show you what I'm doing. That TPT is like garbage right now. It's green, but trying to focus. Yeah, it's not close to buffer, so I'm not gonna focus on it. I'm trying to finish this eval before my renewal date.
With this volatility, it's very difficult for the home builders.
Yeah, and then try to get a payout on Apex. The fucking $2 is all I need.
Biggest purchase of their lives.
Right. So are they doing anything tactically regarding
On what?
the
Apex?
makeup of a house or square footage or
No, I'm below buffer. I need 400.
I think the builders
Yeah.
have been very creative,
Yeah, I'm
very
bold.
reactive and responsible in how they're handling the market. They're building smaller
That
footprints,
yesterday kind of hurt me.
schemes, if you will, a few floor plans, which just makes the
Yeah, at least I didn't blow. So I didn't mind taking a negative 200-300 instead of blowing. I was like so close to blowing.
financing incentives for the buyers. It's helping to kind of solve that affordability equation.
we of course keep watching? I think what's lumber up for the year? 30%? Is that manageable?
We're still in the 420, 425. It's in a very decent range.
We gotta get out.
Stick and brick costs, so labor and material costs for the home builders are actually down.
Today was
on a
good,
year-over-year
though.
basis by low single digits. So again, the builders have been very efficient and very
Yeah.
productive in the way they're managing.
Oh shit, my Google puts back up at 45%. I'm gonna take profit. I don't want to risk. That's $40 for lunch money. Take my. Yep. Take my win. I gotta take my kid to watch Fantastic Four this weekend.
Is a positive. Now, whether that's
Cause he's coming over.
increasing the SALT deduction or tax breaks, things of that nature, anything that gives more money to the consumer makes a home purchase more powerful.
But with how, I mean, do you have any sense of how stimulative that could be for the housing market?
I mean, we haven't run the numbers yet, but yeah, clearly it could be accretive, but we don't have the numbers offhand.
All right, so what
Yeah,
about
I want to short just for $2, but if I know if I short, it's gonna pump.
15% over the last year.
3 minutes got more upside.
Strong yesterday.
15 minutes still got the downside.
To the extent there is one right now, given the environment you described.
I don't know what to do
Yeah,
yet.
look, I think most of the
I don't want
public
to force
builders
anything.
are very well positioned to continue gaining share, for one, from the public builders. They're now, the top 16 builders are about 50% of the market. So they have a lot better access to land, labor, materials, and financing. Plus, they have the balance sheets to offer,
You don't have anything to touch. You're finished.
for the buyers. So I would say that the home builders in general are very well positioned.
No, don't be greedy. What happened last time you got greedy? You blew the freaking account. You want to touch, just get some stupid eval.
Is immigration or labor availability, is that material to the results lately?
Look, I mean, there's a real shortage of labor in the market. That's been going on for a
I'm
decade.
hungry
But
now.
this incremental kind of immigration crackdown has really not caused any disruption as of yet. Not to say that it won't as we move forward.
Yeah.
But so far, so good on that front.
Right. Certainly a lot of inputs to keep in mind. We always say housing punches above its weight when it comes to the economy. John, thanks. Good to see you. Good to see you. John Laval.
Well, as companies navigate fast-changing tariff headlines, one retailer has insulated itself. It's been reshoring most of its supply chain to the United States. And it did it more than a decade ago. Courtney Reagan joins us. She has that story for us. Courtney.
Good morning, David. So right here, this is where all four components of Bath and Body Works foaming hand soap come together. So the bottle itself is made at a nearby facility in Central Ohio. It goes into this machine where automation then fills the pump, or the bottle rather, with the soap. The pump is then added. It's screwed on, and then a label is added at a rate of 270 bottles a minute. There is an employee at the end of the line that is here for quality control. This facility alone produces about 250 million units every year for Bath and Body Works. 80% of what the retailer sells is made right here in the United States. And every finished product that is sold here is made here. In Central Ohio, it makes up about half of all of that production.
The chemists and the bench people in here are working to bring fragrance and formula to life, and then they plug in very tightly in a concerted
Yeah,
way
you
with
can get
all
a lot
of the
of
vendors
payouts.
that are within our walking distance of this facility.
Yeah.
We're just transferring from product development into manufacturing.
It's all part of Beauty Park, where around a dozen vendors, produced mainly for Bath and Body Works, just 10 miles from corporate headquarters. Now, this foaming hand soap used to travel.
Yeah, he's been in really good. But his ban on Apex, he was doing good on Apex too.
It take more than 3 months from manufacturing to distribution. Now it's less than 11 miles in 3 to 4 weeks. Now the retailer has been making products here in Central Ohio for more than a decade, but it took 2 years from the ideation of Beauty Park to actually begin that manufacturing, and hundreds
It's like nothing to trade right now. I don't see any setup. I want a long. I need a dip to go long. Should I just short and get my $2? Ugh. So hard. What, at 200? I'll try.
Question was, well, probably, but of course, actually pulling it off is really difficult.
Yeah.
It really depends on the category you're operating in. So potentially more likely for consumer packaged goods, less likely for apparel or electronics. Part of that has to do with the raw materials. Part of it has to do with the
I should have kept that
labor.
long. Yeah, I know. I don't like to hold too much.
But automation has been a really big part of this. And the weight of the product itself. It makes more sense to have it
Yeah.
closer to the end consumer because of the cost of freight if you were to do so far away. All of that, of course, adds to the
Yeah, it's
cost of
pumping. I knew it was gonna go up. Look at that 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you kind
I don't
of
want to short anymore.
an answer to my question, but you mentioned automation, Courtney. I mean, a key goal of the president's reshoring initiatives is to create jobs. Here I see a person behind you now, but that's the first person we've seen. I mean, you've indicated, obviously, there's not that many people who work there. I would assume it's a lot of robotics, a lot of automation, and that would be the case for all the reshoring, conceivably, at least in certain
That's a
industries. It takes
200. So do I short?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. But we also were in a
Let me
lab
see where we at on the
yesterday. I
3
mean, there were
minutes.
chemists that work here that
No, I got way more upside here. I gotta cancel this other short.
so much of what goes on in what ultimately does start. There is still some work that is done overseas when it
Yeah,
comes
hold
to
on.
the perfumers, for instance. Some of that does still come from Europe. But there are other jobs besides the ones that would actually be putting that final product together for it to go to distribution.
I know Becky made an I Love Lucy joke. It's also like a little of Bert and Shirley with that production line behind you.
A little bit. I mean, I'm not going to try to eat any of this, but it does smell good.
Courtney Banks, great stuff. Courtney Reagan this morning. Coming up in the next hour, we'll talk about trade and Tesla. Two big questions for investors as we go into the print. Money Movers begins after this.
Real-time exchange sector sort is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
Should I short? Should I short? No, I didn't. I'm $2 shy. No, I didn't.
For plant-based healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Super Beats by Human. The
Long now?
pharmacist and cardiologist recommended me brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
We just signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products.
You think I should long? How long at 9:08? Maybe hit.
Customink makes it
I'm gonna
so
kick your ass if I drop.
customink.com. Order filled.
Okay.
Order submitted.
Wealth management begins and
Come on.
ends with you.
Give me 2. Yeah, I filled it. I have outlet 200.
As our own, we never lose focus on the life you want to build.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
Come on.
Order filled.
Yeah, I hit it. Alright, I got yes, $1 above. So I gotta flip without losing money tomorrow. No, I needed 7,600, but now tomorrow, and I needed over $50 to hit that 5 days, and then one more flip day tomorrow, so I can't go under 600. Can't go under 7,600. Yeah, I can flip that tomorrow.
Sick, but I can't give up free chicken fingers on National Chicken Finger Day. I got you. Yo, happy National Chicken Finger Day. Y'all look, what an extra chicken finger. And your price telephone.
I know, right? So Tradify, I talked to Brett. He's saying that they're gonna do like a good sales once the back ends are fixed. Remember to update the website and everything. So once that's done, they're probably gonna do like 40%, 45%. So I'll let you guys know.
Liberty today. Look at those moves.
So hungry.
To go from
Yeah.
35%. Some of the most
You know, when you
traded and shorted
poop everything
stocks in
out, you
history.
get hungry. Yeah.
At Capital Group, we believe in the potential energy of fixed income. Fueled by 50 years of experience, our distinctive approach to fixed income investing has delivered strong long-term results and could power portfolios to reach investor goals. All you have to do to activate this potential energy is activate us. Capital Group Fixed Income, actively different. At
Yeah,
Morgan
London is
Stanley,
closing.
old school hard work meets bold new thinking. Partnering to unlock new ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit and vision, working in lockstep, puts you on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
As an independent financial advisor, I stand by these promises.
As a fiduciary, I promise to be the financial steward that you and your family need.
I promise to put your long-term financial well-being above any short-term transaction.
Everyone has a big picture. My job is to help you invest in yours.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
Introducing CNBC Plus, a new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. On-the-go access to international financial markets, business news, and analysis as it happens. Bell-to-bell global live stream, CNBC Plus real-time data, and full episodes of CNBC's Business Day lineup on demand. CNBC Plus. Access any market, anytime.
I'm trying to find doing a 40% off just with dead code only. That's fucked up.
Total. But I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer. Like me. Now I have Google Gemini.
I gotta see if my code is 40% off or not.
I make up
How
those
do I?
lipstick. I'd suggest a classic cat eye. Wow. Setting the bar high for daycare pickup.
I don't think it tells you. I'll check with someone else's code. I don't like when those firms screwed over affiliates that's promoting them. Yeah, let me see this 40% off. Nope, it's only 35% off. Only 3, 5. Yeah, it's only 35% off. I'll text my wife see there's any snacks. I'm hungry.
So we treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build.
Yeah, across the room. I just don't want to get up. And so 3 minutes is near the overbought now. Ugh, I don't know. I don't know how long it's gonna be good, but trust the bot.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend.
She can't because she provided health insurance, and we need health insurance.
Of AG1.
So she can't quit. Because it costs a lot when she quit Walgreens and looked for another job. I had to pay private insurance, and it costs a lot. I think it was $2,000 for me and her every month.
That's how we win awards like IPO of the year. So if you want a corporate and investment,
No. Just it's health insurance. You don't have to do with income. It just it costs more in private.
A name worth knowing.
Every morning, even before the market's open, I'm
That's
planning my moves that I make throughout the day.
yeah. You don't have to get up or anything, so she likes it.
Fees really start to
It's better than retail. Retail is ass. She hated retail. Yeah.
Rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs.
Yeah.
For me, when it comes to investing, timing is everything, and public allows me to get a step ahead.
Explore the world the Viking way.
Okay, it's dipping.
From the quiet comfort of elegant small ships with no children and no casinos. We actually have reinvented ocean voyages, designing all-inclusive experiences for the thinking person. Viking, voted world's best by both Traveling Leisure and Condé Nast Traveler. Learn more at viking.com.
Whether it's care before or after school, or a sitter for date night, you don't have to hire just anyone. You can find a background checked caregiver who's the right fit for you. Join now for 20% off care.com.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way. We made coffee that supports our community, and Walmart played a big part. You know, most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S. So we can invest back into our community. Walmart, huh? Who knew? Now you know, Jerry. And that is how
What gym place?
define American business.
Oh yeah. One day. We have it near my house now, so I don't really go to Carrollton much anymore. But Carrollton is just way too busy.
Virtual small business playbook event. Real world insights on navigating volatility
Yeah.
opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
I'm so hungry.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com. An important day is coming for every American with money in the markets, and it'll be here sooner than you think. I predict this stock bull market will end with an epic crash. I believe another epic stock crash is coming for the markets based on 100 years of data. My name is Mark Chaikin. I spent 50 years on Wall Street, where I helped create an entire stock rating system. I've met everyone from George Soros to Warren Buffett. I got my broker's license in 1966 and have invested through 9 recessions, plus countless panics and bull markets. And I found there's one incredible indicator to help identify big market turns. I used this indicator in 2018 when I told Jim Cramer stocks would fall. I used it in 2020 to help folks get back into stocks. I used this indicator again in 2021 to beg folks not to sell when so many were panicking, and again in March of 2022 to predict a crash. I used the same indicator to predict a new bull market in January of 2023, and again in 2024 when I told Business Insider the bull market would continue. And now I'm using the exact same indicator yet again to detail why there's a 90% chance the market will end the year up in 2025, backed by historical data, before crashing in 2026. Look, if you have money in the markets, you must know 2 critical things right now. First, what to own in 2025 as the market continues higher, and second, exactly what.
Yeah, this is boring. I'm gonna log off. All right, bye guys.
Presentation